Good to see so many people together for a change in this regard. We have about 50 to 60 people who have gathered here together, and you're in for a dynamite program today. It's the best I think we've done in our little small 6 years that we've been in existence in the regard, and we have 190 online, so over 200 people to attend this, and this is probably a record for us. This couldn't be a more important subject today because people do drive economy, and we're going to hear from an economist first thing this morning from the Department of Commerce. But before I do that, on behalf of the Board of Directors of Workcred and my staff, I wanted to give a dedication of this workshop to an individual who has been so important to Workcred. That is Dr. Steve Crawford, research professor at George Washington University Institute of Public Policy. As some of you already know, it is with great sadness that I announce that one of our Workcred board members, Dr. Stephen Crawford, recently, suddenly passed away. Steve was instrumental in bringing quick visibility to Workcred in the workforce community. At a critical moment in the early development of Workcred, he invited Workcred to participate in a proposed Lumina grant that became the basis for creating, and many of you in the workforce will know this word, credential engine, a major national registry to bring transparency to hundreds of thousands of credentials. This very visible project brought immediate recognition to Workcred, thanks to Steve's exceptional efforts. He also became one of the founding members of the Workcred Board of Directors, and he's also was an ANSI Board of Director. For his many contributions and recognition he brought to Workcred, we dedicate this day and this workshop to Dr. Stephen Crawford. I know he will be listening and cheering us on, and if he would have been here today, he would have been in one of those front tables ready to ask his questions about everything because of his deep thinking and his tremendous involvement in places like Brookings Institute, the National Governors Association, his stellar career. Steve also had a heart of gold and truly made a difference in the world, touching and improving the lives of so many. In recognition of Steve, we think it would be appropriate for all of us to stand and give him a record applause of a job well done. Thank you so much. And I know Steve is up there guiding me already about things in this regard. It is my pleasure to present to you an individual who is always there for Workcred. We always, when we're going to be calling the Department of Commerce, we say, oh, call David. He'll know what to do. He'll know the answer to all that. David Langdon is here representing Secretary Raimondo out of the Office of the Secretary. David is the Deputy Director of Policy in the Office of the Secretary of the U.S. Department of Commerce. He joined the Department of Commerce in February 2011 as a senior economist and took on the added role as a senior policy advisor in October 2012. Previously, he spent 5 years as an economist in the U.S. Department of Labor's Office of the Chief Economist and Office of the Assistant Secretary for Policy, and 7 years in the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. That goes together, right, David? Statistics and economy in this regard, something that we desperately need. David received a BA with honors in economics from the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, and an MA in applied economics from Johns Hopkins University. He also was a recipient of a Fulbright grant through which he conducted research and completed graduate studies at the Universidad de Silva, I get tongue twisted here, in Spain. And we are just so happy, David, that you could come and bring some words from the Department of Commerce. Thank you. David Langdon.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
So on behalf of Secretary Gina Raimondo, good morning, and thank you, Roy, for the warm introduction and for the invitation to be here to speak with everybody and everybody who's online, and to join World Standards Week Conference on Technology in the Workforce and discuss the Biden-Harris administration's workforce policy agenda. So this is a topic that's really important to our Secretary and to all of us. When she came into office, Secretary Raimondo, a little over a year ago, she recognized that workforce development was tied directly to our economic competitiveness and pursuit of equity. I mean, this is in her role as governor in Rhode Island for 6 years and as secretary. She recognized the importance of connecting economic development, competitiveness, and workforce. And when she speaks to U.S. CEOs, one of the top things she hears is that they're struggling to find talent to fill open roles and to retain that talent. Those stories aren't new. I mean, the last several commerce secretaries I've had the pleasure to work with heard the same thing, and their predecessors most likely. During booming economies and even during recessions, companies faced real challenges in building and keeping a skilled workforce. I think one major difference now with this particular recession and recovery is that now the major labor market indicators are sort of echoing this narrative and these anecdotes, right? The major data are showing these real struggles. The Federal Reserve Beige Book from the most recent one, I'll just briefly play economist here, right? Talks about while moderate employment growth continues, hiring is being held back by the lack of available workers. That firms are experiencing significant turnover as workers leave for higher wages and more flexible job schedules. We see this in the JOLTS quits data, which are just through the roof. Persistent labor market demand fuels strong wage growth, which we're also seeing, particularly for footloose workers, and willing to change jobs. And inflationary pressures are contributing to higher wages, and those higher wages are actually not doing much to alleviate the job vacancies, which is an issue we'll also come back to. So when we come back to it, when we come back to the wage growth and the full range of strategies that companies we think should be adopting to deal with job quality and reduce turnover and increase their competitiveness. Actually, the Footloose reference made me think, because that song pops in my head, it's a real earworm. I actually looked it up, and interestingly enough, it actually talks about job quality. So before it gets into the dancing, it talks about working so hard, punching my card, 8 hours for what? Oh, tell me what I got. How do you get over this? You dance. So we're going to add that to our list of job quality strategies. But in any case, workforce development, economic development, our companies, our nation's competitiveness, and our ability to build an equitable economic expansion are all linked inextricably. And under the Secretary's leadership, we have taken on a leadership role in the federal government with respect to our workforce agenda. Our overall department agenda was actually released in a new strategic plan just a few weeks ago. It's titled Innovation, Equity, and Resilience, Strengthening American Competitiveness in the 21st Century. And this is a work that actually predated the Secretary. She closed it out, but it really reflects the collaboration of everybody in our department, our 47,000 employees. Their voice was reflected in this. Across our 13 bureaus, who together build a roadmap for 21st century competitiveness. And we do it under basically 4 major goals. One is driving U.S. innovation and global competitiveness, which involves investing in resilient supply chains, bolstering our technological leadership, engaging in strategic partnerships with our allies, including around standards. This is very much a reaction to, I think, to the approach the last administration took. And we're really spending a lot of time in rebuilding our strategic partnerships at many, many fronts. And through this, we expand opportunities for American innovators, workers, and businesses. Our second goal is around equitable economic growth and fostering inclusive capitalism and equitable economic growth. The idea is to build an economy that works for all Americans and translate short-term growth into long-term prosperity. We're making once-in-a-generation investments in broadband and community development. We'll come back to those in a second. And empower entrepreneurs in all regions of the country. Smart workforce development in this will align workers' skills with industry needs and provide the necessary wraparound support so job seekers can complete their training. Our third area is around addressing the climate crisis through mitigation, adaptation, and resilience efforts. And our fourth is expanding opportunity and discovery through data. And we have many data agencies. We've talked about the Department of Commerce often calls itself America's data agency, and correctly so. Underlying all this is a new mission statement. We've just changed 3 words in it, but it says a lot to me. Our mission is to create the conditions for economic growth and opportunity for all communities, which we've added. The idea is to be intentional about how we're reaching all Americans through all of our programs and supporting the underserved. Our Secretary, we see our diversity as our unique competitive advantage for the United States, but we have to harness that and give everyone the opportunity to fulfill their potential and fully participate in the economy. We recently released an equity action plan, as required through an executive order, that talks about how we're addressing barriers to opportunity and building an economy that empowers everybody. The key programs we highlight are ones to close the digital divide, to ensure community development dollars advance racial equity and support underserved communities, our efforts to grow minority business enterprises, strengthening small businesses and underserved communities by helping them be successful exporters through the International Trade Administration. We want to increase access to the patent and trademark system for inventors and entrepreneurs from historically underserved communities, and make our science data and our science more findable, accessible, and usable. There's a lot of real excitement in our department about the equity agenda. Actually, really, I haven't seen anything quite like it in my 24 years as you've added up, as a Fed. It's truly, there's just a huge amount of excitement across the staff on how we can contribute and touch every single American with our work. So it really is, it's transformative. And that describes also our role to workforce policy. I'm sure many of you heard about the Good Jobs Challenge. It's our headliner, but it's not the only thing we're doing right now. To sort of underscore and to describe our work, the Secretary has set out a few core principles for effective workforce investments. These are guiding our Good Jobs Challenge and actually guiding all of our work, which I will describe. The first one is that any investment that we make should be creating employer-driven training programs, or should support employer-driven training programs. So the idea is that you have to have employers at the table to create actual pathways to good jobs. And not just employers at the table, but committed ones, ready to hire workers to complete that. They're the ones that can ensure that training programs provide workers the skills they seek and that there's a high-quality job at the end of the day for those who go through it. Second, we want our programs to prioritize proven earn and learn models, including registered apprenticeships. As we know, these are really one of the best ways to ensure training programs provide the hard and soft skills and individual needs for a given job while they're on the job. Because an apprenticeship, as we were just talking about earlier, is a job. It's not a government training program. It's a private sector investment in workers who generally continue on in these companies and do very, very well. And we know that by paying people when we train them, the company's paying them, we can ensure that they can take the leap of faith to upskill into higher paying careers. So the last few administrations have all professed their love of apprenticeships, I think correctly so, and I mean that love is real. And at the same time, the apprenticeship community, I feel like, has sort of suffered a bit of whiplash from different policy positions. And are there any Marvel Cinematic Universe fans in here? Any? Yeah, okay. So if you saw the Multiverse of Madness, I think you can feel like what I felt like in registered apprenticeships. And registered apprenticeships is really the approach right now for our Earth, or Earth 616 in that movie. But really, there's sort of these parallel systems that are all trying to get at the same point. And there's a grain of truth to all the different approaches that are trying to recognize that there are programs out there that are quality apprenticeship programs, but aren't recognized in some way. I think the way now is to make sure we're getting them registered. Third among our principles is to create pathways into good jobs for all Americans, including those from underserved communities, as part of our equity agenda. And part of the way to get there is to ensure we're providing wraparound services like childcare, transportation, and career counseling. This is a key component of our Good Jobs Challenge and something we want to see in other future programs. Our investments need to be guided by multiple community partners, including, of course, educational institutions, labor unions, community-based organizations, and economic development organizations. And I've never seen the department more intentional in working with labor unions in particular, and treating them as essential stakeholders that they really are. This includes, highlighting their ability to participate in the Good Jobs Challenge, putting them in our federal advisory councils, and really just engaging them in our policymaking. The Secretary's workforce investment principles complement and actually really guide our strategic approach to building sustainable, employer-driven career pathways that meet employers' needs for talent and also connect Americans to quality jobs. So serving business, which is, of course, a key stakeholder, but also serving all Americans. Our strategic plan itself has a whole section on a workforce agenda. It's organized in 3 areas: in investments, transformative employer practices, and data. In the investment side, it is investing in employer-driven regional workforce, education and training systems that lead to quality jobs. It's a mouthful, but it's all important. We want to foster transformative employer practices to address challenges in recruiting and developing a diverse, skilled workforce. And on the data side, we do produce and should produce and disseminate clear, timely data and information to help Americans discover and participate in opportunities. And in all those areas, we're applying our principles. So our headliner, the Good Jobs Challenge. So we announced this in 2021. It's a for those who aren't familiar with it, it's a $500 million investment in employer-led partnerships that will provide Americans, particularly women, people of color, and those in underserved communities, access to good jobs by establishing or strengthening regional workforce systems or sectoral partnerships, essentially. In February, we announced that we received 509 applications, which basically indicated an overwhelming demand for this innovative program. We're looking to, we've just completed a rigorous merit review process right now and look forward to announcing the grantees this summer. So stay tuned. We have high hopes for the Good Jobs Challenge. We really believe it's going to tear down the silos that exist in the workforce development space by building these partnerships across the country. At the same time, we're focusing on focusing on effective outreach on high-quality training and earn and learn programs and those wraparound services will remove barriers faced by historically underserved Americans in their journey to a higher paying job. Look, the unemployment rate's up 3.6%, but there's many pockets of workers, groups of workers who are not at the 3.6% unemployment rate. There's high unemployment, there's low labor force participation. So at the same time that there is legitimate difficulties on the employer side, there's many important pockets of workers who we want to bring in to the labor market through programs like the Good Jobs Challenge. During the merit review for the program, we brought in workforce experts from around the country to read and to score applications using our rubric. And I'm curious, is anybody here in the room part of those merit review teams? I happened to meet one last night at an event I went to. So we'll just say we were thrilled to have true workforce experts from the outside come in and participate in that review. And I think we're counting them and all of you to help promote the program. So I will say one thing that sort of amazes me, and maybe as a bureaucrat, and fascinates me about the Good Jobs Challenge is that it uses existing authorities. I mean, this is something the EDA actually could have always done, and it really shows what a clear vision and several $100 million can do to connect economic development and workforce development for our nation. Second major workforce investment program I want to highlight is the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program. This is a $42.45 billion program, which is multiples of a typical budget for our department. The goal of which is to expand high-speed internet access by funding planning, infrastructure deployment, and adoption programs in all 50 states, all U.S. territories. And last Friday, we were thrilled to release the notice of funding opportunities for this program. And why does it matter for workforce? Because this program is going to create around 200,000 jobs, we estimate, largely laborers and broadband technicians. These are jobs that we need to fill. And as we talked about earlier, there's legitimate shortages and difficulties in our country to filling these jobs. And so we want to make sure that at the same time we're making these investments, that states and the subcontractors are creating quality jobs and preparing workers for them. And particularly with a focus on diversification. Because a lot of the people in these jobs look kind of like me. And we want many more women and many more people of color who are to take advantage of these opportunities. The first step through the NOFO is for states to develop a workforce plan. And the requirements will be that they ensure broadband providers use highly trained workforce, that they develop and promote sectoral partnerships, or Good Jobs Challenge style programs, that provide skills-based training, including registered apprenticeships, pre-apprenticeships, and other earn and learn programs, and that those programs also include wraparound services. This is all allowable uses of some of this $43 billion in funding. We want to ensure that those opportunities are accessible by a diverse pool of workers. States in their plans are going to be strongly encouraged to invest in workforce and workforce development programs as an eligible use of their funds. And actually the level of their funds will be dependent on these actual plans. So our funding documents and guidance also strongly encourages states to consider their workforce when selecting broadband providers, including how they set requirements and establishing scoring factors like around prevailing wages, prioritizing hiring local workers. And there are specific plans that the states will have to recruit historically underrepresented populations. In June, our National Telecommunications and Information Administration, NTIA, is going to have 2 more NOFOs, also related to our broadband programs. One is the Enabling Middle Mile Broadband Infrastructure Program, the Middle Mile Program, which aims to reduce the cost of connecting underserved and unserved areas of the country. And then separately, the Digital Equity Acts programs are 3 that will promote digital inclusion and advance equity for all to ensure that communities have affordable access and can use the internet to improve their lives. All of these programs really dwarf the traditional infrastructure-focused EDA investments that we do, that are largely around building training facilities or developing programs. But those traditional investments really, really matter. And I think one of the things we're spending a lot of our time thinking about is what the future of EDA's investments are, given the success and the interest of the Good Jobs Challenge and our sort of new approach to workforce development. So just something that we're working on. I mentioned briefly job quality. This is something that's really, really important to the Biden-Harris administration. We want to ensure that the investments go to quality jobs. We also want to encourage employers to really address job quality as a way to deal with the recruiting and training challenges. Within our own department, we've been developing an employer-focused job quality toolkit. It's actually rooted in the Baldrige Performance Excellence Program at NIST. And it'll be providing strategies and actions for employers to improve the quality of their jobs through 7 different drivers: through benefits, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility programs or strategies, empowerment, growth, organizational culture, pay, of course, and working conditions. So I would stay tuned to that. We're looking to publish this toolkit this summer and put it to play on pilot with a number of businesses who we know are very much bought into our view around job quality. We talked a little bit about registered apprenticeships, and we work very closely with our friends at the Department of Labor to promote them. And I'd like to note that we were very impressed by the 90-day trucking challenge that the Department of Labor just did. They partnered with the White House and the U.S. Department of Transportation to basically promote the registered apprenticeships as a model, as a solution to get more well-trained truck drivers on the road. It's part of our supply chain challenges of the country have been truck drivers, among many other things. And this challenge was a huge success. It increased the supply. It's intended to increase the supply of truck drivers by creating new pathways into the profession and laying the foundation for job quality. In 90 days, around 800 organizations connected with DOL about this. And they ended up creating, I think, 102 new apprenticeship programs, and also sped the time for registration down to like 48 hours, which is just like light speed compared to history. And we've been very impressed by this, and we're actually in deep in discussions with them about applying this challenge model to another area, which would be cybersecurity, one that's of great interest to our department and to really businesses in every single sector. Through a challenge, our plan is to increase the awareness of cybersecurity registered apprenticeships as a key strategy, accelerate program creation, as DOL has proven it can be done, recruit and expand the pool of participating employers, or committed employers to do registered apprenticeships, and connect a greater number of our workers to programs that are aligned with the workforce framework we have on cybersecurity, the NICE workforce framework. Finally, just mention on the data side, of course, we're home to the Census Bureau, which together with BLS are the 2 major labor market information providers in the federal government. The Census Bureau is providing incredible support on actually just tracking how well we're doing in many different fronts. They're going to be involved with the evaluation and the data on the Good Jobs Challenge. We have partnerships now with the Department of Labor regarding looking at registered apprenticeships and their outcomes in terms of earnings and employment, and in other areas as well. And a really exciting data set that I'd always love to promote is post-secondary employment outcomes, which complements the college scorecard, and I think in some ways improves upon it, in terms of the information provided by post-secondary institutions with respect to the workers' earnings and employment over a 10-year period. So there's partner institutions who come to the Census Bureau. There's either a higher education commission, like in Texas, or institutions themselves who bring us their transcript data. We merge it. And we can tell you by institution, by program, by field of study, and soon by demographic characteristics, workers' outcomes over time. So we're very excited about that. Stay tuned for new data in that area as well. And with that, that's a quick summary of our own department's approach to workforce development. We very much appreciate Workcred, and we see you as wonderful partners in many fronts with us, and appreciate the opportunity to speak to all of you.
I think we do have time for maybe one question, if somebody would like to ask a question. Is there anyone on the line?
I answered all their questions already. It's like,
There's one behind you, Roy.
I was just going to say not a problem, but it's great the programs you're doing. I mean, you know, it's really exciting. I'm looking forward to making sure
Mike?
my clients are aware of more of the opportunities they have because everybody is struggling to find and get the best talent. So,
Oh, the mic, we'll have to ask you to use the microphone.
yeah, so
Because of
that,
the audience.
Sorry.
Gotta use the mic.
you know, David, I just wanted to say that I really appreciate all the efforts, and it sounds like wonderful programs, and I will make sure I do my part because I think a lot of the big corporations I work with, I'm just not sure they're as aware of some of the things that are out there for them to take advantage of. So it's some great things. Look forward to learning more.
appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, thanks, Roy.
Thank you, David. I know my son appreciates the truck training because he tells me he's a truck driver with Snyder, the billion-dollar trucking company, and he says there's a lot of education and training needing to be done on the highway out here. The other issue is the integration of employers' credentialing and post-secondary and even secondary education. They're still silos. And the integration is not, the credentialing system needs to be more integrated, and we really appreciate what Commerce is doing in trying to bring the employer to the table more in this area, because the employer's voice many times in our credentialing initiatives is not there, and it needs to be for sure. Our next speaker, I'm so excited. I've admired her for many years when she was vice chancellor of the California Community College system. We had dinner together, and I thought, this is a person I need to keep in touch with. She is so dynamic, and it's Dr. Van Ton Quinlivan, and she is a nationally recognized thinker and doer, and believe me, she is a doer, in workforce development and a catalyst for inclusive economic mobility through higher education. Her distinguished career spans the public, private, and non-profit sectors, and she's currently the CEO of Futuro Health, which is a major initiative in California to build the healthcare workforce system in California. We think maybe it needs to go nationwide in this regard because it is a major task just in California, and who else could lead such an initiative but Vaughn? And the other element that I want to say about her, and then I'll let her do the talking, is she was also recently, before she went to Futuro Health, she was an executive in residence at the Institute for the Future. And I thought, what a perfect individual to go to such a place with her mind and problem solving and vision. I couldn't ask for a better. I picked up on the words that she put in the program that I think we often forget, but we need to really emphasize. Right people, right skills, right time. The future of work is all about us in some respects. Doctor, welcome.
Thank you so much, Roy. Of course, when Roy asked me to come here and do the keynote, I said, absolutely. So thank you, Roy, for inviting me, and Karen as well. Greetings to everybody in the room, and greetings to everyone online. I'm delighted to spend some time with you this morning to talk about some best practices. And I was able, as Roy mentioned, I was fortunate to have been able to do workforce development from several vantage points, from the private sector, where I was head of workforce development for a company of 20,000 men and women, and was able to take that organization from having no opinion in workforce development to becoming a nationally recognized industry best practice. And then I went to the public sector when the governor appointed me to become a vice chancellor, driving the workforce mission of the California community colleges. And for those of you who are familiar with the higher education, that is the largest system of higher education in the country. And I had gone there in the worst of time. You would have thought that time was worse. But back at the last recession, we had only about $100 million in discretionary funds for workforce career education programs. And then the governor's office said, hey, can you take 2 apprenticeship program and consolidate into one? And we said, okay. And he added more money. And then he said, hey, can you take 2 adult education systems and integrate it into one? And we said, okay. And he added more money. And then we said, hey, can we take a regional approach to career technical education, since California is not one economy, but multiple regional economies? And he said, okay. And he added more money. So we went from 100 million to 200 million to 700 million to over $1 billion by the time I wrapped up my tenure with the California community colleges. And then I'll share with you what we're doing now with Futuro Health. So this is the nonprofit trying to apply all these best practices together in workforce development. So I was fortunate, we all have our pandemic project, but this was one of my pandemic projects, other than launching Futuro Health, which was to write a book and write down some of these best practices. And I think the title of the book is Workforce RX, Agile and Inclusive Strategies for Employers, Educators, and Workers in Unsettled Times. And these are certainly unsettled times. And the good news is that the best practices outlined in here while the situation is slightly different, you could combine them in novel ways nowadays that, frankly, you weren't able to do pre-pandemic. And we'll talk about some of those ways later on. So what I'm going to do today is just outline a few of the concepts that are discussed in this book. And then I'm going to actually show you the case study of Futuro Health, which is trying to apply these. How do you begin solving very large workforce development problems? And so we'll do some of that together. Now, David did a good job of laying out, the context of the country. And, some folks ask me, well, why did I write this book? And this was the headline when the book had launched in the fall of last year, right? In the New York Times, 8.4 million unemployed with 10 million open jobs. Well, we now have 11.5 million open jobs, a few million less unemployed. But the crazy thing is that we have these gigantic numbers of employers looking for workers and workers looking for jobs, and they can't find each other. So it was great to hear what the Department of Commerce is doing, but really we have to get all our engines revving and focused and not starting from scratch, because there's a lot of work to do to connect people with the right skills at the right time. So for those of you who haven't lived and breathed workforce development in the last few years, let me just share some fundamentals. Maybe there's some folks online who haven't lived and breathed this area of workforce development, like Jane Oates in the audience here. So workforce development is not, most employers have the mistaken impression that when they're struggling with their workforce issues, that they have to do it all alone. And that's the natural kind of instinctual reaction of most employers. The best practice in workforce development is actually a 3-legged stool, where each leg of the stool is a set of stakeholders that does what they do best, rather than try to do everything. So first leg of the stool is actually the employers. Well, what can employers do best? They ought to be able to articulate what they need to hire, right? Outline the specifications, really, and then go and hire. But there's one more thing that employers can do that is unique to employers, and that is they should form consortium, because it's really important to aggregate jobs to deal with a situation I call the fire hose versus the garden hose. And this is chapter 1 in my book. Like, one of the mysteries to employers is why can't they get the responsiveness from the education sector? And it took me going over the education sector to really understand this. And so if you look at the education sector, they have an economic model as well. If you ever taught in a classroom, you have to fill up the class, right? Whatever class you create, you have to fill up the class. Well, when your enrollment starts going down to 15, 10, your class is asking to be canceled, right? So when So therefore, the economics of education is one where you have to build a cohort, and those tend to be at least like 25. That's more interesting when you're talking about a classroom of 25. Well, then those 25 students push through the system and they all come out, like they all come out in May. Now you have 25 graduates from a program. That's the fire hose. Well, how do jobs come out? 1 job, 2 job, 3 job. Boy, that's not very interesting to education, is it? So on the employer side, it's very helpful if you can begin to aggregate, pool the jobs so that the fire hose and the garden hose actually connect. And what this may mean for the employer side is if you have multi-divisions within your organization to be able to hold and pool those hirings together that are similar. It may also mean reaching out to your supply chain. Like when I was in the energy sector, we had these jobs that required people to go up on poles and fix power line. Well, the tree trimmer sector had very similar qualification, also required the same thing. So reaching out to that part of the supply chain to aggregate up the jobs. And then another idea is actually working with your competitors, which is very strange for folks, especially in healthcare. And so being able to pool these jobs together, and the idea is let's play together to deal with the talent puddle, and then we compete at the point of hiring, right? We're going to collaborate up front, we'll compete at the end, and that's how we're going to grow the pool. So this is an area where, in addition to outlining what they need, hiring, is being able to aggregate jobs is a real function of the employer side. Okay, that's the first leg. Second leg are the educators. So the educators, the role is to close the gap between where the candidate pool is and what the employers need to hire. So what does that look like? When I was in the energy sector, we found that many of the candidates that were going through the 3-month workforce development program, and this was hosted by some community colleges, they were failing on spatial reasoning. They were, that was an area of weakness. So within the curriculum, they actually added curriculum that was specific to spatial reasoning. You know how those blocks, like how those Lego blocks add up. In addition, folks were not physically fit in order to pass that part of the pre-employment exam. So the colleges added a physical conditioning instructor, and everybody had to do their calisthenics, and everybody had to play soccer during that whole 3 months to get people into shape. So it's not just the academics, it's not just the technical content, but it could be some of those examples that I laid out. And then the third leg, so we talked about employers, we talked about educators. The third leg is your community-based organization or your workforce development partner, workforce agency partner. And what do they need to do? Well, they're much better situated to go deeply in the community, especially if you have a commitment to diversity, to spend the time at the food cart, at the shopping center, where in culturally appropriate places, in order to bring candidates in, to screen against the criteria laid out by the employer. For example, if you have a job that requires people to deal with bodily fluids, like in healthcare, it's good to screen them out if they're not interested in dealing with blood, for example, early, right? Rather than having them come out at the back end of the program after the training and find that out. And then the last thing they need to do is case manage. And the beauty of the combination of the three, let me tell you my fish story, because I think this is why you recognize the importance of the three parties coming together. So we did this workforce development program in my company. We did all, the three-legged stool, 3 months, and there was a young man that the supervisors fell in love with, said, oh, he would be a great fit. His name was Aleki. And when he went through the whole pre-employment testing process, he disappeared from the list. And it was only because we were doing this workforce development program that we had the ability to inquire, well, what happened to Aleki? Well, it turns out when he was 15, Aleki went fishing, and he caught a fish that was too small. and he got a ticket. At 15 years old, he did not pay the ticket. That ticket went to court. At 15 years old, he didn't show up to court. Alecki had a felony on his record, and he did not know. That would have precluded him from 90% of the energy sector jobs, and he did not know. Now, whose job is it to tell Alecki that he has a felony on his record? None of the employers will do it because all they're going to do is send Alecki that email or that postcard saying, thank you for applying, not at this time. Education, we could have given him certificates, degrees, advanced degrees. Could he get hired? No, because he had that on his record. So it really took the third leg, which is the community-based organization or the workforce agency. And what they did was they actually worked with him to expunge his record, and he was able to be hired. And so that's why when you have the three parties doing what they do best, workforce development can actually create, the commitment to diversity, grow the right people with the right skills at the right time. So that's a concept laid out in the book. Next concept is ecosystem of the willing. I mean, this work is really, as you can tell, it's a team sport and it's not an individual one. And while I was at the community colleges, my mantra was, hey, we need to move at the speed of business. We need to get curriculum at the speed of business. Those of you who've worked with education, I can see Jane Oates over there saying, yes, yes, yes. Know the pain of what it is like to move the curriculum. Because we can't ruminate, especially on career education, you can't ruminate on curriculum because the time window passes. Well, the pandemic taught us a different lesson. There's actually a faster speed than the speed of business, and that's the speed of need. And forming a strategy where you have an ecosystem of willing actually gives you a better chance of being able to keep up with the speed of need. And I'll tell you an example, case in point. We launched 3 months before the pandemic, and the board then came and said, hey, this surge is going to hit California in this window in 2.5 to 3 weeks. Can Futura help? My gosh, how are we going to do that? And we looked at our education partners. One of them said, we'll do the curriculum if you can curate, somebody else launches the learning management system, somebody else gets the word out. And boom, we made it in the 3-week window. Got the training out to over 4,000 people. So it takes that kind of resiliency because not everybody can do everything. And finding an ecosystem of the willing and pulling them in gives you a better chance in terms of having players come together, for different needs. Next concept is portability. And it comes to financing, learning records, and other contract assets. There was a conversation at the National Governors Association. Well, it was really interesting. It's a lot of our public policies are set up with funding really structured for when you're young, right? Our loans, education loans, despite all the discussions about short-term Pell. So a lot of that is set up for when you're young, but the truth is, education, you want to be able to get the highest level when you're young, but then you have to have the upgrades throughout. Then the question becomes, well, who pays for those upgrades, right? Well, once the public funds are exhausted, then it's like, okay, the employers should pay. But then we're only, according to the Department of Labor, we're only with the employers less than 5 years now. So then if it's not your employers, then it comes to the individuals. Well, do we need extra structures that allow individuals to be able to finance? Just like the 401k, where employers and individuals contribute, but it goes with you. The idea was thrown out, can you have a 529, but it's a 529C for continuous learning. And this is not that novel because actually in Singapore, they already created a lifelong learning and training account that does just that because they already recognizing the fragmentation of jobs. And so they created those structures to help individuals be able to afford this. We really need to look, especially as we recognize the gig economy and the fragmentation of work. It's like, how do we get ahead of that and think about the portability? And so you'll see a lot of experiments around financing around learning records so that it's not stuck at one institution. Like if you're going to get these upgrades, how does the learning record also keep up and be portable? Next concept is continuous learning. And I think my funny story is I had gotten a field trip to go to Washington State to the big software company that's on all of our desktop. And I won't say what it is. So I was able to meet with the head data scientist who was doing a bunch of work that related to employability data. He was very excited, and the person at Microsoft that brought me there said, "Hey, can you show Vaughn the dashboard, because that's so cool." And the head data scientist sheepishly looked down and said, "Well, Vaughn, I would love to, but the AI is having its designated learning day." So the AI spends 3 days a week learning, and it makes you wonder, like, what are we doing to keep up our own knowledge, right? And so, one technique that the country of Singapore, for example, had is to look at innovation leaders as a bellwether for where are the shifts in skills. And a good example is that they built the Chiang Mai Airport Terminal 4. It is fully automated, I understand. There's no luggage handler, nobody to check you in, no cleaners to sweep the floor. Everything is automated. And if you look at how that terminal runs, then you can begin to infer, hey, how are the workflows going to change? And how workflows change then determine how skill sets change. And that's how you begin to peek at the future of skills and see what skills will be shifting. So for example, instead of having maintenance people all around keeping the facilities clean, there's all these data dashboards that deploy robots, right? So then who's designing the dashboard? Who's watching the data sets? So you can begin to see how these skill sets will change over time. Okay, last concept is instructional design. And what's so wonderful here is that there's so many things unlocked through the pandemic that we didn't have access to before. And the key here is that the pressure to be employable and to reduce student debt has really brought about modularization of education and consumption of education, as well as the demand to stack, because as I mentioned before, the first bite at the education apple is just insufficient. Strata Education Center, I think Strata, Janet Salm is here. Fantastic. What they shared was that at this moment in time, adults in particular are not in the mood to do degrees as much as they are to build their skills. And so we have to think about that. And so, credentials and micro-credentials, which is absolutely the domain of Workcred and ANSI, are particularly interesting to them. And so, as we think about how do we modularize and how do we stack, also consider how do we do the interpersonal skills as well as the technical skills. And so I'm going to show you, we're going to actually play with some of this by sharing with you the work that we're doing at Futuro Health. So when I had stepped off my 2 terms with the California community colleges, I was approached by a healthcare system looking at California's allied health worker need. And that need was 500,000, right, in California alone, but like over 2 million across the country. So this is about 60% or so of the healthcare workforce are these allied health roles. Like if you were riding an Uber and got into an accident, the ambulance driver that comes up to you, to the person that checks you in at the hospital, to your x-ray techs, all the techs that touched you in your hospital experience, they're all allied health worker. So it's quite a lot of jobs. And the question is, how do we begin to solve a workforce dilemma that is that big? And the health system that is one of our seed funder and co-founder had a history of building institutions. They built a medical school. They built an allied health school. So now, we also could have been an accredited institution. But then when I looked at the number of 500,000, I thought, my God, if we solve this problem 25 students at a time, it's going to take a very long time. So the challenge, the design challenge was, how do you begin to design to solve at thousands at a time, so get some scale, and also pay attention to diversity, and also deal with the reality that you have to also be agile because these jobs are changing so fast. Telehealth wasn't really on anybody's mind before the pandemic, and now it went from like 10% adoption to 80%, and it's never going back. So agility is so important. So scale, diversity, and agility. So this is this case study, and I'll just fast forward. So in those 2 years, Futuro Health, we went from serving 0 adults to over 5,000 very diverse adults, providing them with education journeys into allied health careers. And we're so proud that our average age is 30, but more proud that it's 80% diverse, and we broke 51% who speak more than one language, which is really important in the field of health, that the workers reflect the communities that are served. I had the fortune to talk with CEOs of health systems in DC, in New York, in Orange County. The workforce issues are keeping them up at night. Because of the shortage, they're facing a situation where they're paying 3 times for some of their workers. So what's happening is the workers, like nurses who are supposed to be temporary, are not temporary because they're staying on months and months, like 6 months, 12 months. And now that causes the nurse standing next to that person to say, well, why am I being paid 1/3 of that other person? And so the staff nurse is quitting, joining the temporary agency, and then getting placed exactly to do what they were doing before. So I think this crowd can appreciate that that is a place where, that would keep you at night in terms of the cost. So this is happening across the whole country. And so to break that cycle, the hard work has to be started in workforce development using the 3-legged stool. And here, I think it is a good place to focus on how do you bundle and unbundle and rebundle education. Roy, you and I and Jane, we sit on this, we're part of this NCRN group that is looking at how all these things come together. So competencies, in the past, we only could deal with degrees, right? That was the one unit that we had. But now we have competencies that bundle into courses or modules, that bundles into badges, that then bundles into industry certs, and then can be embedded into degrees. So let's play with some Legos right now. So here's a role, sterile processing tech. So most folks would go straight to the technical part of the program, which is the big Lego. But what we've found is actually there's an on-ramp that is needed for adults to make them more confident that they can actually go back into education online, and actually getting their families ready to participate in education. So we actually bundled all that together in a set of interpersonal skill coursework. We call it a Jumpstart coursework. And it does that process of confidence building in addition to focusing on their soft skills. And then because of the populations we're working with, you have to have the live student support, the career counseling, the data science infrastructure, and remove some of the friction of the tuition. So then that sterile processing tech can go to work, like on the bottom. And then for some, they would want to go on to the surgical tech, which is usually an associate degree program. And again, you have to bundle that with the live supports, the tuition support, the career counseling, the data science, and in this case, you actually have what is called clinical, so direct student experience. So this is what it takes to bundle all of these things together, not just the academic portion, in order for this population to succeed. And then I mentioned the on-ramp, the interpersonal skills. Here are the 6 skills that we had identified, and none of them are taught through slides or lecture. It's all through situational simulations. And that seems to work very, very well for this population. Let's talk about some industry credentials. All of you know Google released a whole set of certifications, including the Google IT certification. So you see that as the middle middle Lego. And what happened is we looked at that and we said, that is great, but it's not sufficient. So we worked with Johns Hopkins University to create a course that was about what is IT in healthcare, right? Give it context. And then, of course, we had to add the interpersonal side, the soft skill side. So all three of those Lego became the coursework bundle. And then, of course, you have to add the student support, the career counseling, the data science, and the tuition support. And this individual, Nam, did this bundle when he was laid off because his company went under in the pandemic. He took this bundle, he moved through it so fast, he found out he just really liked this IT field. And then he found himself a bachelor in cybersecurity, and he powered through that. And basically between the two, in a period of less than a year, he earned 17 industry credentials and got 4 job offers, 2 of which were over 80K. So I think that's a great story of like repurposing talent. So you could always go to work, but you can always do more. Mental and behavioral health, and here I'm going to put out a call for help. If you identify education programs, especially at the degree level, who want to work with us, we want to fill out the whole stack. The shortage across the country is in the master's level, but as you can imagine, that is a very long distance to go, especially if you don't even know what behavioral health is defined as. So when we talked to 19 employers, they said, hey, if you want to help out in this space, dealing with the mental health, behavioral health after effects of the pandemic, start here at the sub-baccalaureate level. You can get into it under a year, which is a community health worker, someone who comes from the community, is literate in the community, but don't do a generic. Have them train in behavioral health, give them behavioral health emphasis. And so we created that. We couldn't find it. We created that with an institution in Iowa. And then shortly thereafter, the state said, hey, we need these peer coaches, somebody who's had lived experience, had experienced homelessness, had experienced food insecurity, et cetera. And we want to train them to augment because we're short on the master's level professionals. So how can we build in these peer coaches? So these are entry-level positions that are created using sub-baccalaureate credentials, and then you can play chutes and ladder, right? So these individuals, you can go to addiction studies, or you can go to master's in social work. But the ideal is to then move them into like the Masters of Family Therapy or LCSW. So these are allowed, where they're allowed to do the therapy. And what we need to do collectively is to create compressed education. So for example, can you do the bachelor and the master's in 4+1 years instead of taking 6 years, for example, right? So those are the things that we can build out. Same story on the nursing, same story. All of them can be modularized in order to build the nursing pool. And it's so important in workforce development to also figure out where is the real issue. So it turns out, like in California, we're producing enough nurses, they're just not getting hired because everybody wants to have seasoned nurses. No one wants to hire the new nurses. So the intervention actually has to be in first-year retention. That's where the intervention needs to be. So anyway, so for Tura Health, I think I was just so grateful to have a whiteboard allowed by the funding to say what best practices should combine so that we can design something that gives scale, diversity, and agility at the same time. And we created a system that is plug and play and actually works better at scale than it does at 25, 25, 25 at the time. So if you're interested in like Roy says, we need to go to other states. If you're interested in plugging and playing with us and can leverage what we build out, please holler. I'd love to hear from you. And then last slide, for those of you who are podcast listeners, I've had the fortune to be able to invite a lot of experts who are really thinking and pushing the envelope on learning and on workforce development and healthcare as well. So this podcast, same name as my book. I know it's the same word. It's available anywhere you listen to your podcast. So on your iPhone or on Spotify or on Google, please consider listening to some of the experts around the world as they're thinking about how to push the envelope on workforce development. So that's what I have.
Do we have any questions? Yeah, do we have any questions for Vaughn? One of the questions that I have a lot of times that's frustrating to us is that these evolving healthcare occupations that employers are identifying often does not have a very consistent or standardized body of knowledge, and that it's all over the place. And trying to get, it's not just for California, but getting people where they have more mobility in this regard. Could you say how you're trying to address that?
So, Roy, if you're moving fast, the playbook that works the best is if you can have a centralized method, right? So I mentioned the peer support specialist, which was a solution in the mental health, behavioral health pandemic. So what did we learn from looking at how the state did that? Well, what happened was that the only way that the state could collect, make that service reimbursable was if everybody followed the same standard and was trained the same way and earned the same credential. So that's very interesting. So then the state actually went through that process, put it into legislation, boom, here's a peer specialist, peer support specialist, and then ran an RFP process for vendors who met that standard, and then set the testing body too. So now you don't have to have the state do that level of intervention, but for areas where you have to move fast, where's the partnership with the consortia of employers? And other employers are very happy to ride along because this work is hard. This is not their day job. So I think models, especially when you have to move fast, there's a lot of coaching, there's health coaching, there's flavors of coaching. I mean, my goodness, all of these things are totally undefined. And so if the standards body and entity like Futura Health or something similar or employer consortium can come together, I think there's a way to kind of rapid prototype some of these things.
A real need for standardization, right?
it would help faster. Otherwise, then as you talked about, then you have 100 colleges creating 100 things by the same name. One is 16 credit, one is 60 credits. Employers can't figure out who's got quality. It's a real dilemma, right?
I think we're going to hear about that in artificial intelligence this afternoon, about the lack of standardization and what that means and everything, and the need for employers to come together. Do we have any questions online?
Okay, I'm getting off easy then.
If not, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Good morning again. If you haven't already been blown away by the first two speakers, you're going to be blown away by this panel. So, I was going to introduce myself. Go ahead.
We're too good of friends, but I can't resist every time I get the opportunity to introduce my friend, Jane Oates, and that's how I see her. I mean, when you read her bio, you know how successful she has been in her career. But the things that many people who don't know her well is that she is a real listener, and she listens to people and respects various types and diversity of people, even when the opinions might be quite opposite of what she believes. But she is such a wonderful professional and person that I truly believe that I am so thankful and blessed to have known Jane Oates. And Jane, you're on.
Well, how do you follow that, right? I mean, we have been friends for a long time, and we are both suffering the loss of our friend Steve Crawford. So I hope you'll take a second to just give him a positive thought, or if you are so inclined, send him a prayer. I'm sure he doesn't need them. He lived a wonderful life. But as I said, Roy, you're the best, right? We've been through the trenches together for a long time, and I want to thank you for coming. But as I said, you're going to get blown away by this panel. And I am the least important person here, and I hope to do the least amount of talking. As Roy said, my name is Jane Oates. I am currently the president of Working Nation, which is a nonprofit media entity that allows me to dig into a lot of the stories you're going to hear today. And every time I do one of these panels, I realize I haven't gotten to every story I want to get to. So to begin, if you don't mind, instead of me talking about how I am gushing over these three, I'm going to allow them to introduce themselves, because I'm going to assume that many of you may not be aware of them personally, shame on you, or their amazing work. So the first outcome measure for this panel is get to know the speakers and get to make sure you intersect with their work when and where it's appropriate. So if you don't mind, Todd, I'll begin with you.
Okay, well, good morning, everyone. It's awesome to be here, and also just great. I think we should acknowledge how awesome it is to finally be able to convene in person and to feel safe about that. So this is probably my first speaking opportunity, and I think I congratulate the organizers for making this happen. So I'm Todd Green, and I'm the executive director of Workcred, which is a research to action platform, and it's housed at the Urban Institute. And I'll share a little bit about what it is that we do, but it's really focused on economic mobility for low-wage workers. And so you may ask, why are we focusing on that? Well, clearly, this economy demands, we've been hearing a lot of our speakers talk about this, that it's important that every worker has an opportunity to participate in our economy, but also have an opportunity to upskill, but beyond that, to think about what are those aspects that are really necessary around economic mobility. So at Workcred, as I mentioned, we're a research to action platform. What does that mean? So what that means is that we invest in research that is intended to move this mobility aspect along. And that really includes a number of aspects in terms of not only research and research partnerships, but engaging in networks like the one that's here to really begin to address some of those issues. And I'll also just share our view of how we think about mobility is not just about skills and training. It's really important that those aspects are there, but there are other critical aspects like when we think about employer practices, where are there opportunities there? Also about the search and matching process. So our first speaker talked a little bit about some of the frictions around obtaining jobs. So how are workers able to get and access the jobs that make sense for them? And that will provide for mobility for themselves and their families. But there's also a couple of other important components for which we focus on. One is around the social determinants of work. So it's very difficult for us we can talk about skills and training all day long, but if we don't talk about how that relates to transportation and housing and some of these other aspects, so we've got to begin to think about that more in terms of a system. And so Workcred is centered on that. And maybe the last part of what I'll share with you around our view of economic mobility for workers has to do with worker voice and worker power. So the ability to advocate for themselves and to have some level of autonomy, whatever that means. And I'll talk a little bit about that finally. And then maybe for real finally, I'll just mention that that one challenge that we encounter, and I'll say that I've been at this for a very long time, so a long time. So we'll just say that. But one aspect that's been very troubling when we think about economic mobility or even workforce development, we have so many silos. There are the employers who are speaking. There are worker advocates who are speaking. There are policymakers, whether they're mayors or members of Congress. economic development practitioners, but we're all using a different language, and perhaps we all have a slightly different view of what's going to be necessary in order to provide workers with some level of mobility. We all want the same thing, but Workrise is really designed to bring that tent together and to really explore those spaces of commonality so that we can have real movement in the labor market, particularly for those who have, and by the way, it's a larger share of low-wage workers. That share of employment has been increasing and not decreasing.
Thank you so much. Earl?
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to thank Todd for doing the work and the fact that Workrise is in the field. Such an important addition to the field. So thank you, Todd, for the work. Earl Buford, I'm the president of CALE, Council for Adult and Experiential Learning. I've been the president for over 13 months now. Prior to that, I've run 2 workforce systems. And before that, I think some of you are familiar with my past work with the Wisconsin Regional Training Partnership, running labor management partnerships. My mother likes to say I can't keep a job because she's used to, you work 30 years in one place. So we're kind of a new worker, I guess. We'll come back to that later. So CALE, we're a national nonprofit focused on adult learners. Although through this pandemic, the whole definition of adult learner is changing. In the past, we categorized as 25 to 64-year-olds, but we know, 18, 19, 20-year-olds have dropped out and now are returning. So it's a different definition of adult learner, and that's evolving. We're working towards that. And we're also a membership organization. We're about 3,000 members, roughly, of which a third are higher ed institutions, another third are higher ed professionals, the other third, back to the three-legged stool that Vaughn mentioned earlier, are employers, workforce systems, economic development groups. So really trying to pull those groups together and have those systems not just talk to each other, but run into each other in a meaningful way. We pioneered credit for prior learning, or prior learning assessment for those who know it as PLA. And we're trying to think of more innovative ways to connect that to not just to our higher ed institutions, getting more of them to think about how to use it and then implementing that, and also getting those systems again to think about how to use it on the front end. Employers to think about, as they upskill and reskill and retool, workforce systems and job centers to think about on the front end as someone's going through their job assessment and career assessment, to think about their past work experience along with their educational attainment, how those things start to come together. So really, we like to fashion ourselves as an honest broker. Really, an honest partner, honest friend, an honest practitioner to work with all these different systems to help these ships stop passing in the night. I formerly worked for Mayor Tom Barrett, who's now the ambassador to Luxembourg, and he coined that phrase, ships pass in the night. Employers are complaining on one end, the job seekers and constituents are complaining on the other end. Why can't we just help them come together? And so a lot of our work is geared towards that. You may have recently heard a big announcement. I think last week we announced a partnership with Truist Bank and Truist Foundation, where we are launching in the Southeast markets financial service career pathways, and again, working with systems to connect to make sure that individuals have first job, second job, all the rungs in the ladder into their career pathway within financial services, and hopefully implementation across many other sectors.
Congratulations on that, by the way.
you.
That was a big get and very important in the southeastern states.
Thank you.
And finally, Carrie, thanks so much for joining us virtually. You give post-COVID like real breath here.
Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfectly,
Okay.
thank you.
Great. So I'm so honored to be a part of this panel with such great speakers, Todd and Earl. My name's Carrie Nelson. I am the Director of Policy and Partnership Research at the Society for Human Resource Management, or for short, we call ourselves SHRM. So I often meet people who are familiar with SHRM and aren't familiar with SHRM. So for those of you who aren't familiar, we're a nonprofit professional membership association, and we represent over 300,000 HR professionals and business executives. So often we represent employers across 165 different countries. And through our members, we estimate that we impact the lives of more than 115 million workers and families globally. So a big part of our goal here at SHRM is to not only elevate HR, but to build better workplaces for a better world. That's our tagline. So my role here at SHRM is part of the SHRM Research Institute. So my team and I conduct a lot of research on all of these workplace issues that we're talking about today. So everything work, worker, workplace. with a particular focus on these emerging workplace issues of today, such as building future-ready workforces. So just to talk a little bit about some of the research that my team works on, and hopefully I'll be able to share some of that data with you all today, is that, recently we've conducted studies on how employers are investing in their workforces through training and development, as well as the barriers that are holding them back from investing further. We've also conducted some recent research on a deep dive on the current labor and skills shortages employers are experiencing. I know that the last speaker talked to some of that. And then also last month, we released some research reports on the rise of non-degree credentials or alternative credentials. So things like micro-credentials, certifications, apprenticeships, alternatives to traditional degrees, and how those credentials can help enhance economic mobility for both diverse and untapped talent. So I'm really excited to be part of this panel, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Well, we're excited to be here. And just a reminder, those people online, please wake up and ask some questions. And the people in the audience, ask your questions as we go, because I know this panel is butting up on your lunch, and none of us want to stand between you and lunch, and we want you to ask questions. So I'm going to start first until somebody else comes up with some questions, and bring up a word that both David and Vaughn brought up this morning: partnerships. So let's think about, tell the audience what you think about when you think about putting together a working, vibrant partnership. Earl, I'm going to pick on you first, but I want everybody to chime in on this one.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. So there's a lot of definitions and a lot of variations of what partnerships look like. I've coined it kind of a power ecosystem. And so you have to have employers, you have to have economic development, you have to have workforce, you have to have the community, and you have to have higher education. And so we've all those entities have tried it for years by themselves in silos. And well, I mentioned earlier, you may have a classroom or a training program of 15, 20 individuals, and highly successful, maybe get them all placed. But we're not hitting scale. So maybe it's time to form one big power equation where all those groups come together. And so right now we are trying to mobilize in a partnership model, power ecosystem, if you will. And I mentioned earlier the regional approach is to get local systems, regional systems, statewide systems, start to think about this mobilization this way. And you can't do that unless you form a partnership. But you have to define what that partnership looks like. And the fact that the idea is that everyone should win. There should be one group who's going to lead over the other. Everyone has to win for this to work. And we've chased the ever elusive scale for how many years in workforce? Well, maybe it's time we try it a different way. So, and maybe this power ecosystem equation partnership is the way to go.
Kerry, Todd, I know you have something to add on that topic.
Yeah, sure. I'll chime in. I think I would just echo a lot of what Earl has shared. Maybe from the employer perspective, we've heard a lot from especially the small to mid-size employers, this idea of not having the time, the resources to invest in upskilling or reskilling, or they don't know how quite to go about it. So talking about these partnerships at a greater scale, not only partnerships between other employers, but employers and community, partners, employers and credential providers, employers and colleges, thinking about how all these groups can come together since we're all working towards the same goal. How can we pool our resources, better? And through these partnerships, I think that's how we can make it happen.
That's great. Todd, your population that you're concentrating on is particularly interesting to me for partnerships, because when you talk about mobility, it means you're not just going to get me one job, you're going to stick with me. So how do partnerships, how are they a little different in your world?
Sure. So I'd like to just share, and maybe my take, and I double down on everything that was just said. So I'm going to maybe give two different types of examples with respect to a partnership. So in the past, we had workforce development systems, which were designed around training and skills. And then we also had economic development. And economic development is really around helping to set the conditions and policies for which we experience retention of jobs and job growth. We're now beginning to see those two formerly siloed kind of structures fuse together, and it's really important. So I live in Atlanta, and there our mayor has really been focused upon how are we creating jobs? What types of companies are we providing levels of incentives around? Are they creating good jobs? Are they creating the kinds of jobs that we want to see in our community that are going to grow? Because in Atlanta, like many southern cities, we're at the very bottom of economic mobility. Even though you hear about how prosperous it is, there's still the challenges that are associated with that. So I think we've got to think about partnerships, not just between the employer and the community college, but we've got to think about systems and how they work. And then maybe the other aspect that I want to mention about partnerships is one that is worth mentioning, and this is one that partners have to have mutual respect. And I think that we're beginning to see frictions when there is not that level of mutual respect. So if we've invited a community organization in to work with us, are there, in a partnership, certainly maybe one entity has the money or the jobs, but how do we provide this level of respect and engagement in a real way to understand what really does constitute a win-win? And so I think there's really more work to do around not what it is, but also how we do it.
I think that's great. I think you've all said things that are very important. I want to talk about we like went around the edges of establishing partnerships. How about sustaining partnerships? Where have you found best practices in terms of having a partnership over a longer period of time than just the crisis moment?
I'll start with that. So for the past 20 years, we have two industry education partnerships, one in the energy sector, known as EPSI, the other in the telecommunications, NACTEL. Pretty much every major energy or telecommunication employer, labor as a partner, and of course higher education. And the beauty of that, it started small and regional, and it's grown over the past 20 years. But the next best part about it, it's even evolving even more because of what's happened in the past couple of years in those industries. More education partners want to come on board. More employers are climbing on board. More labor partners are coming on board because they've all lost so much over the past 3 years. And so finding something that's already established that has a system of history, system of performance, but still hasn't achieved as far as it can go has been really exciting for us to have new large companies come on board who 5 years ago wouldn't have even sniffed working with us. So to be honest, and so now we're trying to emulate that in our financial services and banking world. We're also thinking about that in construction as well. And the construction was interesting. I'll end with this: for so long we've all heard of or worked on pre-apprenticeship and apprenticeship in construction, but yet we've neglected the professional services side of construction. And we always talk about on public works, if you can't get black people or women hired because the unions are racist or whatever. Well.
Sexist and racist.
Exactly. Thank you, Jane. Add in all that. But truly what's missing is the individuals running the projects who do the hiring. And so we're trying to think of ways, and the employers have led this conversation. We know that we've messed up and we've lost business because of it. So let's look at a more professional services acumen as we start to look at how we do our work around the country. And so I'm excited about that work with the General Contractors of America. So that's just a few examples.
Yeah. What about the sustainability? Carrie, Todd, the sustainability of partnerships. What do you think about that?
Yeah, so I think Earl mentioned this, but in my eyes, to make sustainable partnerships, you have to start small. So don't start to boil the ocean at first. Find that one piece or that one area that you think you can come together and make a difference on. And I think that not only helps these partnerships understand the impact of, has there been success? What change have we made? Those kind of things. But then I think that continues the relationship down the line, and then the new questions come up, right? So we've achieved this, so what's next based on what we've learned? So to me, the sustainability, in addition to what Earl has already shared, is tied to those shared outcomes and understanding how to build on that. For an example, the SHRM Foundation, which is our charitable arm, recently built or is working to build a registered apprenticeship program for HR. So figuring out, our specialty HR and understanding that there's alternative pathways for those workers to come through. So that's sort of a partnership between the government and SHRM firm, but also other community providers and employers. So I think, starting in those areas and then building on that is what makes partnerships most sustainable in my eyes.
And what a great idea, having that apprenticeship program for HR leaders, because if I'm an HR leader and I went to four-year college and then got a master's degree, I think that's the way. Such a great idea to have a diverse pathway to be an HR professional. So kudos to you, Sherm. Todd, I interrupted you, I'm sorry.
No, and I'll just mention really quickly. So many know my work from, for many years I was at the Federal Reserve. But I did have a little stint between the Federal Reserve and coming over to take this job at the Urban Institute, and that was I led the Atlanta University Center Consortium, which is a think tank essentially of the historically black colleges in Atlanta. Spelman, Morehouse School of Medicine, Clark Atlanta. So there, one of the responsibilities I had was managing our career services, but also managing our dual degree engineering program, starting the Data Science Institute. One of the key partnerships that I'd say that is a real good model was one with Boeing. And this is where they invested both in terms of providing not just scholarships, but experiences and mentorship and ongoing opportunities. So they always had their share of the top talent that came out of these schools because they started this process. It wasn't a transaction. It was an opportunity to build a relationship. And so when I think about those types of partnerships that have been long lasting, and guess what? Some of the division presidents, or at least one of them at Boeing, is a graduate of this program, and so on and so forth. So this has just been a very successful partnership, but it's also one that's been built on a lot of things: mutual respect, long-term relationship, not thinking of it as a transaction. I dealt with a lot of companies that were interested in attracting black talent, for example, to their companies. And we were launching this Data Science Institute. So everybody said, "Oh, we're so excited. We want to help come in." A company would say, "We want to help to come in and provide you assistance with your curriculum." That's great, needed, but I would always tell them, "Hey, you're talking about frosting the cake or icing the cake, depending upon what part of the country you're from. But what we need is water and sugar and flour. There are other aspects. So you just want to, you want to eat the cake and you might want to take a slice out of it, but there are these other aspects." And I think ultimately what I'd like to share is that when we think about the workforce development system, and that includes training and everything, who's responsible? It's not just the workforce, but it's also employers who have some responsibility for nurturing. I mean, this is a shared responsibility and challenge that we have, and I think it's important that we shift our mindset to thinking about it more as a shared responsibility.
That's such a good point.
I'm hungry for cake now, by the way.
Now everybody wants a piece of cake. But I want to, this is a nerd group, so I can say this. Over the past year, we've been watching the JOLTS data, and lots of journalists have given quaint little terms. I'm not going to use any of them. But we have seen the JOLTS data in terms of quits reach a series high 4 different times over the last 12 months, with no sign of that ebbing. So, Carrie, I want to start with you, because this enormous number of quits, I mean, when I was at labor, the average was I was there in a recession, but the average is normally between 2 and 2.5 million people voluntarily quit their job a month across the country. But in these record highs in the series, it's been between 4 and 4.6 million people. What's the impact on employers and your HR professionals in SHRM? How are they dealing with skills-based hiring differently? Are they dealing with skills differently?
Yeah. So I think the most recent data is from March, and it says it 4.5 million quits. So I think it says a lot about, I've heard, our chief knowledge officer, Alex Alonso, call it like COVID clarity, right? Like, employees are determining what they want now. So some of that is leaving their current job and looking for new opportunities. And I think that really spurs this need for this discussion about skills-based hiring, but also upskilling and reskilling upskilling because these employees are looking for new pathways to grow their careers. And I can't remember what speaker mentioned it, but this idea that, employees aren't necessarily looking for that 4-year degree route now. They're looking for those micro credentials, those quick learning, those stackable credentials, ways to grow their skills because they're already in the workforce and they either want to change career paths or potentially build on the existing skills and experience they have to make it that next step in their career. And so in some of the research that we're doing around alternative credentials, we are seeing some shift in employers adapting to that. So for an example, in a recent survey that we did, one of the trends is that, as we have these job ads, employers may build on them and there's becomes this idea that the traditional degree is the only way or it's the proxy for skills. But what we're finding is some employers are recognizing that those degree requirements maybe are hindrances to finding the talent that they need. And so about 1 in 4 are telling us they're starting to reduce those degree requirements for certain positions. And, that's not for all positions. Some positions, doctors or nurses, there's certain pathways that may require degrees, but there's also other jobs that I think realistically a lot of employees can earn those skills in other ways. But I think Todd mentioned this, the idea of building the system. I think what we're seeing is that the system isn't quite ready for that yet. And, for example, in the research that I mentioned on alternative credentials, what we find is that while employers, they want to do it and they're open to those, the HR technology hasn't quite caught up to that new way of learning. And so what we're seeing is that a lot of employers use, for example, applicant tracking systems or automated pre-screening because we're just seeing such a large demand for, open positions. But those systems can't quite recognize those alternative credentials, so to speak, those non-degree credentials. And so I think it's understanding, how can we build these systems, whether through employers, through education and credential providers, how can we come together to maybe establish a standard or a way of speaking about these things so it's very clear about the value those credentials are bringing and then also the quality of those credentials. Those are some barriers we're hearing from employers. And so I think, as we see all this change and this need for upskilling and reskilling to build the system that makes that possible, I think is what's going to help us get closest to that workforce transformation.
Kerry, your two panelists are jumping out of their chairs, so get ready. They're gonna chime in, which I'm thrilled about.
I thank you, Carrie. That was so on point. We recently surveyed our members. And we asked them to think about themselves as an employer, not as a higher ed institution or a workforce system, but as an employer, because you're all employers. And about 80%, the responsible 80%, focused on upskilling and reskilling as the main retention effort they need to focus on moving forward. And I was really happy to see that, because I believe that and have heard that, but to see it and to have the data come back and the response come back, that's the key. Well, I'll have a funny story. So I sit in the Cleveland Federal Reserve Regional Advisory Board, and every month we talk about, quits and what it's going to take. So I get a call yesterday from one of the staff to tell me that he's quitting the reserve to take a year off. I'm sorry, it was hilarious because he's like, I'm one of those statistics now. But the point I'm making in all that is it's not always just unhappy at work. There's other factors that we have to consider, and so I just wanted to make that point.
Todd?
Yeah, and maybe because I go third, or in this case, I'm going third. So I just want to say I totally agree with everything that's just said, and I would have said it if they hadn't. So I'm going to take another aspect when we talk about quits and what's happening. So I'm looking at research all day. So I'll share with you, this is not research that I'm about to share. This is maybe informal research. But each time I get into an Uber, I strike up a conversation with the driver. Tell me about your story. What's happening? Tell me, not to say that there's anything undignified about driving Uber and people are doing it for lots of reasons, but I can't tell you the number of times people have said, I didn't like the way people talk to me at work. I worked in this warehouse and it was, I liked the job. I was learning about, advanced logistics, but I just really didn't like the way that people talked to me. Or some other story of that matter. I think many of us may be familiar with the story of a big delivery company, where a driver was chased and shot at, potentially racially motivated, and then he explained to his supervisor what was going on, and the supervisor asked him to continue his route. So I wish I could share with you that these stories are just anecdotes, but I think that they occur more often than what we would want to. So I think that there's an opportunity for exploring why aren't people wanting, I think everyone wants a job and opportunity, but there are these other aspects that, in addition to skills and training and upskilling, that we need to think more about holistically.
So I'm going to start with you this time because you used a term, and I've heard you use it before. You've used a term that I really want to dig into a little bit with all of us, and that's worker voice. Yeah. So when people in the audience hear worker voice, you probably think labor unions, right? Organized labor or labor market, labor management partnerships. And those are, I'm a big union supporter and thrilled that there's a woman president of the AFL-CIO for the first time ever. I was going to say in my lifetime, but ever in my lifetime match up in that one. If only she were a woman of color, maybe that's next. But I want to talk about worker voice and what you mean by that. Not just at that big recognizable level of having a labor management partnership, but what does it mean for individual workers and how do we get there?
Yeah, so it's really interesting because when we know the data supports the fact that unions, in terms of a percentage of share of employment, that has gone down over the decades. But yet, when we survey workers, they are very much interested in having some level of representation. So we're actually funding at Workrise an opportunity or a study to kind of peel back the onion and really understand what are the ways about worker voice and representation are going to be the most effective, and which ways can work not in an adversarial perspective, but where are there opportunities that make this work for both the employer as well as the worker. So there are opportunities around flexible scheduling. So we've been hearing that. So one thing, this is a technology group, so of course dynamic scheduling, if you work at McDonald's and now you have you're subject to dynamic scheduling, that on this week your schedule might be on Mondays and Wednesdays you're going to work from 5 a.m. to noon. And then on Thursdays you're going to work on Thursday, not on Thursdays, you're going to work from 11 to 5 or whatever. So just imagine if that schedule changes weekly, like it does in many retail environments, many fast food environments, your opportunity to take on additional training is just not to upskill yourself in your own context or even to find another employment opportunity is going to be very limited. So an opportunity to advocate for these are the things that work for me. These are the types of schedules I'm interested in. So that's just one way of how that plays out. Another way that it plays out is that, quality circles. I mean, years ago, that's just such an older term. I think I'm dating myself. Anybody heard of a quality circle? Okay. All right.
Oh, see?
So we don't use that term anymore, but that concept of I want to participate, even though I might be lower in rank, I still have ideas that can be respected, that can add value to my context. And how is the employer set up to allow that? What is the job design that allows that level of input so that workers can feel respected?
Yeah, that's great. I know you two have something to voice on this.
I'm actually,
no pun intended.
I was just gonna, we mentioned the role of labor in the past, but I'm really impressed with the amount of advocacy voices that are out there on behalf of workers. There's a number of groups that you all know, but I just want to highlight one, and that's the work of the National Fund and Amanda Cage, now that she's taken over their leadership. I think she's on your advisory board as well. And while it's still a great funnel of philanthropy and resources, but I think she's taken a different approach from how they've done in the past, and starting to see more testimonials and more highlighting of employees of choice, workers of choice and things like that. So I think that's kind of a trend I want to see more advocacy groups take on. But I'm really impressed with it. I just wanted to highlight particularly Amanda's
Yeah, she
work.
does an amazing job.
Yeah.
She's doing an amazing job. Carrie, what do you think? Is it important for an employer now to be an employer of choice and give these workers voice?
Yeah,
Has it changed?
I think so, for sure. And, especially now to be a employer of choice is not only good for workers, but it's good for the bottom line, right? So it's, retention is a key issue, that you don't just want to attract that talent to your company. You want to keep them there and have them grow their careers with you. And so I think, the other speakers have mentioned, great pieces about voice, but something I'll maybe add to that is I think it might not necessarily be voice in the traditional sense, but we've heard from workers in some of our surveys that where they want to learn and train is often on the job. So I think, Todd, you mentioned that, often with these lack of flexible schedules or issues, there's not the time maybe outside of work or the resources outside of work. So there's this desire from a lot of those workers to train on the job. And I think that's not only a good thing because then you're upskilling and reskilling your workforce for those upcoming positions, those new skills that are going to be needed, but then simultaneously you're creating these opportunities for your workers that are going to keep them engaged. That's going to show that you're investing in them, and that's going to keep them there for the future. So I think there's just so many benefits to not only the worker voice aspect, but then also this piece about helping and showing those workers that you're invested in them and their careers.
That's great. I'm going to stop for a second because I promised you, where are your questions? And Karen, do we have any online? Yes, ma'am. You first in the audience. That's right. Use the microphone. You learned well.
I can be trained. This is very much in line with the comments that you're just talking with right now. There are a number of workers who have lost their jobs, and they feel very discouraged. They're very down about it. I have a friend who was a truck driver. I'm glad you mentioned trucks early on, Roy, who was a truck driver. And he probably could find a job, but he's so discouraged and feels so bad for having lost his job. However, this is a person who is got fabulous organizational skills. And he can organize anything. He can attention to detail. I keep wanting to have him come over and take a look at my closets. But, he thinks in terms of truck driving. So I'm wondering what the programs and the collaborations that you all represent, and I am familiar, Carrie, with SHRM, that can help identify individuals who have skills but don't realize the kinds of skills that they have, which can be then converted into employable elements.
Such a great question. So transferable skills, and I think I want to get to your truck driver. How do you teach people to identify their own skills? What do you think? Who wants to go first? Okay, I'll call.
Like everyone's looking to me. Yeah, that's a great question, and also a tough one, I think, because I think there's two pieces of it, and how do we bring those two pieces together? Because there's the one piece about the worker, right? And I think it can be a challenge when we've thought about, our job in a particular way and figuring out how the skills that we've earned through that job and our previous experiences can transfer to these other positions. But how do we say that on our resumes? How do we say that to convince employers through our job applications? I think that's the one challenge. And then the communication to the other side, right, is that employers need to figure out how those skills can translate. And the challenge is that they're seeing so many people from different backgrounds, and there's this large influx of applications. And so figuring out, right, like a standard, that's why we've often seen, employers latch on to like the 4-year degree, right, that conveys some kind of piece of what that person's skills might be. But then there's also these other pathways, these transferable skills that workers have, but it can take extra effort. to figure out then how those skills fit the role. And so I think there's a lot of pieces about how do we bring these two parties together, because I think oftentimes there's some cases where employers just don't know those people are out there. They're looking for that talent, they're looking for those skills, and they just can't find them. And then employees or workers sometimes might not understand that their transferable skills can, gain them access into all these new roles and these new jobs. So I don't have a great answer for how we bring those people together, but maybe it's back to this discussion we've been having about partnerships, about, who is that maybe middleman, or who are these ways that we can bring these groups together and have them start speaking the same language.
Yeah, and what do you do if your work history is in an automated out job? So if I was 20 years collecting tolls on the Pennsylvania Turnpike, who's helping me tell what my transferable skills are besides breathing in carbon monoxide? So how can you help the workers, gentlemen? You both work on the worker end. How can you help the workers meet the employer halfway and be able to define their transferable skills?
Two ways. I think I mentioned earlier, obviously the reskilling aspect is one thing, but find the employers that want to take on, a cohort of employers that are reaching out and saying, we want to transition you into this next field, this next seance. But also, from a nonprofit standpoint, I wanted to bring up a few of us choice nonprofits, national nonprofits, are thinking about a nonprofit certificate, but we're looking at it from what I call a spark plug standpoint. And that's individuals who are transitioned from certain industry, like the trucker who can help on logistics. So help us think about ways to rethink our work in said industry, while also helping them transition into a nonprofit practitioning. So we're working on that as we speak. And I don't know how scalable it'll be, but I think it's kind of a conduit that's needed. And so we'll keep you posted on how that turns out. There's about 10 of us working on that right now.
That's a great idea.
And maybe the last thing I'll just add on to that is a couple things. One is, how do we build the evidence? Because there are some programs that are designed to do that. And so WorkRise is supporting David Otter and others at MIT to actually take a look at this Pursuit Fellowship, which actually takes workers, usually lower income workers, and it rapidly provides them skills so that they have jobs in the technology industry, often paying about $80,000 a year. So how do we replicate those opportunities for the individual and make sure that they're aware of it? WorkRise is funding the support to actually make sure, does this really work? So we're using, the researchers are using a randomized approach to kind of control, to undertake that. And then maybe the other part about it is that we have to expand our thinking about who provides workforce development training and who's well equipped to do that. So I'm going to just speak about a project that WorkRise is not currently funding, so I don't want to take credit for this, but Rick Wartzman at the Drucker Institute, they've been working on a project about the role of libraries and how librarians and others can be equipped to provide that type of training, a little bit to matching with the technology that might be there, but how do we, and that's a place where lots of people go and have access. It's not the one-stop shop, but it is another place where people are learning about career options, and so I think that's the other part of it too.
And welcoming and not threatening, right?
Oh, yeah, that's the other part, yeah.
That's exciting.
I think Karen has a question from online.
We do, a couple. So Larry Kay would like to know, what do you see as the role of quality assurance in increasing employer confidence in alternative credentials?
Okay, so repeating that, what do you think the role is? So, Carrie, you brought this up, that employers are a little trepidatious about some of these credentials that aren't degrees. Although I would add that two people who went to the same college may have had very different quality experiences, but it hasn't been seen that way. So I want to go back. I think this is really good. How do we all see quality? I don't know who wants to start there. Has WorkRise been looking at quality in terms of credentials?
I'm just trying to go back through our list of grantees to think about that. That is a topic that is certainly something that we've considered. No particular aspect is coming to me about this, but this is an age-old issue, right? This is something that is I'm so grateful for the question, but I do think that at some point we've got to have a better way of solving for this because employers are constantly saying, I don't understand this, or this doesn't really mean anything to me, but yet there are opportunities for them to participate in actually developing that credential. And then also, how do we ensure that these credentials are continue to be relevant in a very dynamic economy?
I don't know whether anybody else, obviously this is the place to ask that question because ANSI as the mother institution and Workcred as the child have really devoted their lives to this.
Yeah.
You know, how do you make sure that a credential has the quality, is transportable, you know, stays with you, is reassessed? All of those things are really good questions. So I don't know if anybody wants to add something, but something that I think you're at the right conference and you should contact Roy right after this conference
Right, yeah.
to figure out how to get quality
That's right.
in your credential.
Ask him.
Ask Roy. Karen?
Vaughn, did you have a question?
Oh, yes. Let's talk. I wanted to probe this issue of flexibility, and it was brought up in one way, but it can be interpreted both ways. So, you know, Todd, you talked about dynamic scheduling, where people didn't have control over their hours, right? There's another term for it, is sort of irregular workers. And as a worker, if you don't know when your hours are, I can imagine it become a real burden, from childcare to all sorts of other obligations to managing life, right? On the other hand, I'm sure Carrie's audience is experiencing flexibility in a different way, which is workers now have enjoyed over the pandemic being able to go, you know, do things with their family, you know, take off time to go coach. And so now they want to quit if you can't let them go at 4 p.m. and then they can come back and do more work later. But if your hours are too structured, then that's a reason to walk away. So, you know, I'd be curious with this panel, you too, Earl, it's like, if you played it forward, what would flexibility look like? And how do we have to kind of begin to anticipate the future of work, given that there's these kind of a dark side of flexibility, as well as what we all want in terms of being able to control our hours?
Well, I'll start by saying that, so we've been virtual for 4 years now, and part of that was the quality of the work and not having the bricks and mortar that go with that. The challenge is, you know, I have 50 staff literally from East Coast to the West Coast, but our retention is so high because of that particular one. So if I were to survey my staff, they would say the number one reason for staying with us is that flexibility, the flex scheduling, the remote access, you know, coming in and doing that. So again, nothing new to the audience, but I wanted to highlight that that's our number one retention effort right now, and we're also hearing that from some of our especially our global enterprises, companies, and universities that are doing that their retention, and you think everyone knows this, the numbers are higher. I'm not saying that's the wave of the future, but you better have that in your portfolio if you want to keep your talent.
Yeah, I might add to that and say at SHRM, because we represent so many different employers across different industries, one of our kind of go-to sayings is like, there's never really a one size fits all solution. And that's because, you know, across industries, for example, you know, some didn't have the luxury of, workers didn't have the luxury of going remote during the pandemic. They've been in person, you know, on the ground, whether that be healthcare, retail, you know, and then there's also the industries where there was the ability to go remote. So I think when we talk about flexibility, there's like this spectrum of, you know, remote work to flexible schedules to ability, you know, to have input into your start and end times, all these different things. But I think, you know, Earl brought up a great point of, regardless of what we're talking about with flexibility, we've seen in our research, you know, confirmation of what he's been sharing is that the employers that are allowing flexibility in whatever way that looks in their industry, they're really those employers of choice. They're doing better during the pandemic. They're experiencing less of this labor shortage we're hearing about. So when we ask them, employers like, are you having challenges filling your open roles? It's the employers that are either working, in a hybrid type of environment or, a remote environment that are experiencing fewer challenges. So I think there's a lot of positives to that flexibility. But then I think to Vaughn's question or piece about the dark side, I think there's also, some of our research suggesting that when you are, more flexible or you are remote, there can be, those challenges associated with, out of sight, out of mind. And so how do we make sure that those workers who are both, in person or at home or wherever it is, that there's not necessarily penalties associated with that, and that they can have that, that career path and that career growth and that mentorship that everyone else would get.
So I don't want to we're almost out of time, and I don't want to let the time go without talking about what I think could be the most positive benefit of COVID, and that's a renewed focus on diversity and inclusion, with an emphasis on the inclusion piece. So in our last 5 minutes, I'd love each of you to talk about what you think is critically important to make sure that diversity and inclusion, building a more inclusive workforce, is not lost when the next bright, shiny object comes down the line.
Yeah, so I love this question because this is something that that this country is being faced with, and hopefully we will build systems. And I want to go back to this to say that what systematically are we going to build in terms of thinking about our hiring processes and how that works and how we're eliminating or removing biases that would discount people's experience. How are we thinking about valuing education or experiences a little differently in ways that have systematically excluded Black and brown workers? One of the things I mentioned that we had a discussion about before coming here was just really the role of discrimination in the workplace. And I believe in We Are the World and Hands Across America and all of that. But we still have a problem here. And I think we've got to acknowledge that. And I think it's awesome that all of these CEOs are coming out with diversity and inclusion statements. And they're saying this. But what happens at that front line? What's happening with the frontline supervisor? And when we see X percentage of Americans are for eviscerating the discussion or discussions about racism under the guise of critical race theory, which most people don't even know what that is. So it's these are very concerning statistics when there may be people who are harboring racist beliefs who are there to do the implementation. We are actually supporting a survey that's being done by Rutgers, the Helger Center for Workforce Development, as well. They're in partnership with Delaware State, historically Black college and university, and it is to look at the role of discrimination, but from the worker voice. So what are workers' experiences with that? And I'm not really sure what we're going to find out from that, but I can imagine.
We'll look forward to that.
Yeah, thank you. I just pray that it's not a fad. You think about all these great corporate titans that are bringing on their DEI specialists or their chief DEI officer, things like that. I was in a meeting recently, and it was really around this subject. It had a young white CEO with his DEI officer, a black female. He said, I quote, and he was young, "I wish every white CEO in this country had a black female next to them." And he didn't know he said anything wrong.
Wow.
We did lecture him afterwards, and I think we straightened that out, and for his own good. But the point was, it's not a fad. It's the way I do business, and it needs to continue, and it will continue. Or if it doesn't, the numbers game that we're facing is only going to get worse. So, and when you
Who
say it
better
that
to
way,
talk about the business imperative,
exactly.
Carrie? You.
Yeah, and I think for me, the key here is that, diversity, equity, inclusion, we don't want it to be a fad, and it's beyond just the right thing to do, right? It's also good business. And I think that's what we, really want as SHRM to press businesses to understand. So for example, one area our SHRM Foundation really advocates for is what we call untapped talent. And so we're trying through, our research and our efforts to break down barriers and maybe stigma and assumptions about, for example, people with disabilities, like this assumption they can't do the job, or, assumptions about veterans, or, we also advocate for, giving second chances to formerly incarcerated individuals. And I think the thing to think about, not just as it's the right thing to do, but as these employers are talking about labor shortages, this tight talent market, it's this recognition that there's all these untapped talent pools out there that not only you can bring into your organization, to enhance DE&I, but that these workers that you bring in have talent and the skills that potentially you need, and you just haven't accessed them. So I think to tie this all together, it's really to keep it from being a fad. It's really helping employers think through, the business benefits of doing that.
I can't think of a better way to end. Please join me in thanking Kerry on screen, Earl, and Todd. What a fabulous panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Zach.
That was great.
Thank you all.
Well, I am so disappointed that we can't go on for another hour, because I had like 15 different questions, and I'm thinking that we should have a whole conference based on what this panel talked about, and maybe we can do some collaboration, Earl and Todd and Carrie, in this regard, because one of the things that we've learned in our manufacturing study is that the only two things that small manufacturers value is the training that the equipment person provides and experience. They do not, they mistrust credentials from the nonprofit world and education because they have not come with the skills as advertised. And this is a major problem in our whole system. And then when we went in, there was this question of, well, we don't have anybody that has credentials. And then we go in and interview people, and we find people have all sorts of credentials. So the communication that is among top management and the actual worker, the voice of the worker, so to speak, is one that is extremely important. We are now ready for lunch, and we will be back and reconvene at 1 o'clock today. Thanks. Okay, if everybody could take their seat, we have another dynamic quadro, I guess we'll call it in this regard. I told you the morning was going to be great. The afternoon is going to be great. We have, each individual is an expert in themselves. We are so honored that Janet has agreed to moderate this. We really feel that Strata and Workcred have some very common values about how the workforce is going and what we need to do and strategy. So Janet, thank you so much for taking this. Janet is currently the Major Director of Research at the Strata Institute for the Future of Work, leading the research team to develop, refine, and communicate insights about the future of learning and work. And yes, she belonged to that other organization that people talked about this morning, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, in this regard. And she is a person who has been involved in evaluation, data analysis, storytelling, which Jane Oates constantly talks about is so important in this ring. And she has a Master's of Public Administration degree at the University of Washington Evans School of Public Affairs and a BA in Philosophy and Women's Studies from the University of Illinois. Go Big Ten. I'm a Wisconsin graduate, so we go Big Ten. Janet, it's all yours.
Very good. Hello, everybody. It's great to be here. We thought we'd kick off this wonderful panel with just a quick lightning round to reset after lunch and get ourselves back in the room about what is currently keeping you up at night about the future of workforce today. Let's go down the road.
Okay, great. Thanks everyone for taking the time out of your afternoon to join us. I'm excited about this panel. I'm excited about this topic. There's a lot of things that are actually keeping me up at night about the workforce. I also have one about the workplace. Do you prefer the workplace or the workforce?
Let's start workplace.
Workplace. So this is where I might have a slightly different view than a lot of the common narrative and perhaps some of the panel, so we maybe can have a discussion. But I'm a bit worried about the conversation about remote work and the implications that it's going to have. I think that it's here to stay to some extent. I think we'll end up in a hybrid situation. And I think there are implications that haven't been completely thought through that aren't great, especially when it comes not just to team dynamics, because you've got the older segment of the population that's used to working in a certain way. And I think this really does affect the organizational culture, it affects retention and loyalty, it affects morale. But then on the younger side, I think there's a lot of younger talent, especially technical talent, that are excited about working from home, that don't want the commute, that have, young families, and that's okay, but it does also have implications for mentorship, for network building, for chances of promotion, and for really understanding what it means to be in the workforce and building those foundations for a successful, sustainable career. So I think there are a lot of issues that are people are so hyped up about remote work, but I'm actually a little nervous about it. So that's it.
Yep. And you're coming to us as an AI researcher.
Yes, sorry, yeah, so I didn't introduce myself. Hello, I'm Diana Gelhaus. I'm a research fellow at the Center for Security and Emerging Technology. I lead our line of research on the artificial intelligence workforce, and hopefully we'll talk a little bit more about what that means. I have a very broad interpretation of what that means, and we've just got a lot of different irons in the fire that fall under that research.
Great, we will definitely get there. And if there are folks online and in the room who really want to get their AI questions answered, having Diana here is a great resource. So Nicole.
Hi there, I'm Nicole Hinton. It's great to be here. This is my first public address since COVID. I'm with the American Chemistry Council, and I'm head of HR. I actually oversee HR, IT, and business services. And so I have been in this world business for about 30 years, and there are a number of things that keep me up at night, and actually I agree with Diana. I am extremely concerned about what it means to be a 100% remote workforce. And actually, we came back to the office in July of last year for that very purpose, because we felt like our culture was suffering being 100% remote, so we did it successfully. I would say the other things that are keeping me up is, if you've been in human resources or you know someone in human resources, we act as a therapist, a mediator, a mother, a father. Lately, we have to be economists because of inflation and the talk of a recession. I became a healthcare public specialist because of the pandemic. But the things that worry me or concern me most have to do with, what are we going to do to ensure that our workforce is authentic and is welcoming to everyone? I'm in an industry that has predominantly not been very diverse, and we have gone above and beyond to have an inclusive and diversified group in the 12 years that I've been at ACC, and we see marked improvement. But it's, how do we ensure that long-term perspective and make sure that everybody who wants to be a part of our group feels welcomed?
Great, thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Elise Friedman. I'm a senior client partner at Korn Ferry and our workforce transformation practice lead. And I would say I share a little bit of my colleagues' concerns, but also think there's a balance. And I would say, and I actually do get asked a lot by my clients, what's the best option for roles that even have the possibility? Because remember, 80% of the roles worldwide do not have the opportunity to work remotely. But personally, I think hybrid, where it's a balance of flexibility, but also getting the value. But then managers need to make sure that they are, and organizations, creating the value for people being in person. And that's one of the things that I think organizations need to continue to focus on. And I just want to start off with a statement. It's not so much what keeps me up at night, but something for you guys to think about as we're going through this panel. And that is, money cannot buy loyalty. It can only rent it for a while. And we're going to talk a little bit about that.
Fantastic. So Elise, on everybody's piece of paper and then on their tables is a quick recap of some really fantastic research that you all have released. When we started to get together to talk about this panel, we were talking about all the different trends. We're all reading it all the time, and Elise's group has actually summed it up beautifully and set the table for us. So if you could talk through the top trends that you saw, and what I'm really struck by in there, looking at all these trends that employers are facing, is that the title ends up being the new era of humanity. So I love that we're starting to talk less about the future of work, and we're starting to talk about the future of workers and the future of workplaces. So if you would set that up for us, I think that's a great way to start the conversation.
I would be happy to. And I would say that I think we could all agree there's been a lot of changes over the last couple of years. And I think that one thing is perfectly clear. The only thing that's going to be constant is going to be disruption and changes. So how do we actually make sure that we continue to evolve our workplace so that it works for everyone? And I would say we've seen changes from instead of, me to we, instead of profit to mutual prosperity. We've seen shifts, again, between the employer and the employee having a lot more voice and say, and I think that's really good. That we are, again, thinking about this inclusion and how do we help support all of our wonderful talent within our organization. So with all this in mind and some of the challenges of the pandemic and supply chain, we kind of stepped back at Korn Ferry and said, what do we think are the 7 trends that are not only for this year, we actually completed the research the end of 2021, but are kind of more that at least are sustainable, or the kind of the trends that we think we'll continue to see over the next at least 2 or 3 years. And we did this in a number of ways. Number one, we've got a team of data scientists, and love data scientists. The way they do research and the way that they can analyze is just amazing. We also have a very large engagement sentiment database at Korn Ferry, so we analyze that, and then 8,000 of us across the globe, so we have a lot of inputs from various folks that work with leading companies out there. So that's kind of what helped us come up with the 7. And I'm just going to briefly go to the 7, and then more importantly, we're going to have lots of time for discussion and questions. But the first one is about reinvention, which is really about the need for company to stand back and really think about, why am I here? Like, what is the purpose of our organization? And what capabilities do we really need? How do we need to do things differently? What skills are needed? How do I make sure the workforce has those skills? So I think 20 and 21 were kind of the years of unplanned reinvention, and now we really need to be deliberate in our opportunity to take a hard look and reinvent. The next one is scarcity, and whether you consider it the big quit, the big retirement, the big resignation, whatever it is, it's really about what strategies organizations can use to turn it around to the big retention. How do we really make sure that we have a holistic employee value proposition that helps attract folks? So again, it's not just about the money, but it's about a conscious choice to work for the organizations that we do and do the work that we do. The next is vitality, and I think many of you have probably read all the same articles that I have. The struggle with burnout, with resilience, it's just extreme. It really is, a major issue that organizations are facing. So how do we think about well-being? And well-being not just about physical, but mental, social, financial. How do we make sure that we're supporting that with our employees? Sustainability. How do we leave this world in a better place than we found it? And it's certainly climate-related sustainability, but it's also about our communities. How do we give back? And I would say now that there are many, so if you're looking for venture capital and you don't have a clearly defined purpose and you don't have a sustainability plan, good luck, because they're looking for that these days. Employees are looking at, they want to work for an organization that has a strong purpose and is doing good for the world. Individuality. There was some talk earlier just about, the need that employees have to have different paths, come from different backgrounds. How do we create an environment where people understand and value those differences, and also that we have some control? And that's what you hear a lot when we think about the remote or hybrid or in-person. It's about people wanting to have a voice and how they work and where they work, and how do we make that work? Inclusivity. How do we unleash the power of all? And again, it's not only the right thing to do, it's the business smart thing to do, because that way, again, we can get the power of the brilliance of our employees and, like I said, create the world so it's a better place. And then accountability. How do we make sure that people understand what they're accountable for? How do we make sure as organizations, if we're making this big statement around hiring and promoting more diverse talent, that we're actually doing it, and we just don't have a pretty statement about diversity or a pretty statement about sustainability, but we're living and walking that talk. So those are the 7 trends, again, pretty broad, but hopefully ones that you guys have seen, and hopefully they're resonating with you all.
I really feel like that sets the table, because you could start to bring up all these different trends, and just putting them into a framework is super helpful because it gets everything in the room on the table. So like Nicole, I love that you're like, I have been all the places. I have seen the world of work from many different angles. Like, which of those are really most resonant for you?
Well, I would say that, frankly, you could look at all 7 and say they're relevant. And I would say to everybody in the room, this has now become a competition for the best talent. And if you are not competing, then you're going to be left behind, because people like me are ready to take your employees and bring them to ACC and make them a happy part of our group. Employees are not afraid to tell us what they want, and then they expect us to deliver. I think that is the biggest message that I've seen come true forward across the board. I think of this now as the great regret also. We had folks who left who want to come back. And if you are that great employee, I welcome you back. And so I see this as an equal proposition of the employee and the employer. You tell us what you need, here's what we have to offer, and then together we blend to make it a better place for all. The great news is that people are talking about these topics. Change is inevitable. I remember when I started working, you could smoke in the workplace. And so if you think things don't change, think about where we are today versus that. And we're talking about sustainability and ESG. That was unheard of previously. So what I like to tell my 2 college-age kids who think they know everything and that I know nothing, that the workplace is all about what the employees require and demand, and you speak by leaving. And so what I want to see is that my employees are staying. And so I frankly look at all of those trends and figure out how to make the best work environment for the staff of ACC.
Great. Are there questions in the room? We thought we'd open it up a little earlier in the panel so that folks, if they really wanted to chime in on the issues or from online throughout, we really encourage you.
And I would specifically love to hear, what are you guys doing to address this? You doing anything novel? How have you made it come to life, like Nicole just shared? And one of the things I was thinking about when we were talking is, wow, you've done a great job at creating psychological safety, because people would not be speaking up if they didn't feel like it was the culture. So big congrats to you and your team for creating that. But would love to hear what you guys are doing in your organizations, or what concerns you as an employee out there.
Well, and I would couple what Elise just said with be prepared to take the bullet. I mean, when you open yourself up for feedback, you get it, and sometimes it's not great. And so you have to have what they call the thick skin to be able to absorb and take it. But I'd rather know than not know.
Yeah. I think the other.
And don't forget to introduce yourself so folks online can know who's asking.
Okay, thank you. I'm Joe Batia. I'm the president and CEO of ANSI, of which Workcred is an affiliate. So it's been a delightful day so far, learning a lot of new things and experiencing a lot of experiences that we hadn't ourselves seen. So you asked, what can we do? What we can do is to make the staff feel happy and satisfied and good to be connected to organization. And when we had an opportunity to do something, one of the best things I think we did, and we did that after good deliberation, and I decided that I'm going to tell all of our staff in all of our locations that this is before the COVID just hit, right at that time. And there was a lot of tension, a lot of fear in minds of people, especially the newer employees. ANSI happens to be an entity that retains its staff quite well. We have a lot of people who are there in 30, 20, 40 years of service, and they like it. So that was a starting point, but we had expanded and grown a lot, so we had a lot of diversity, a lot of new areas of activity, including Workcred. You know, this guy, Roy, was at at ANSI many years ago, but there was no Workcred, so he created a new element, and you've seen how that has grown. So our decision, my decision, was to tell everybody that no matter what the circumstances outside, we will not lay off anyone, we will not furlough anyone, we will not reduce your salary, and you have our support. Excuse me. You have our support. And I can tell you that influenced a lot of people, I think. A lot of people called. I got a lot of emails thanking us for that commitment. And we not only held it for the length of the time period for which you were supposed to be maintaining your supply source, if you will, of personnel, and for that you could get some compensation from the government. And we benefited from that, but we benefited a lot more by having the people who not only stayed, but are still staying with us.
Great. Thank you for sharing that.
Great. Anything from online, Karen?
So someone asks, value can mean a lot of things to different people. Can you provide some specific examples of what you mean when you say providing value to your employees?
I'm happy to start. Happy to have one of you guys start.
Yeah, examples of how we provide value. I can start with, it was no secret in our company, felt like we needed to be in the office 5 days a week. I frankly was one of the people who was saying 2 weeks after March 13th, we'll all be back. And I said that throughout the summer. And then the evolution of change hit me, and I thought, this is a different world. I have to be different. We're actually hybrid. We work in the office 3 days a week, 2 days a week, Monday and Friday, leaning into the days that most people like to be home. Those are our remote days. And so we're all in the same schedule. But relative to that, recognizing the differences needed from a work environment, we also recognize the need to walk the talk relative to DEI. And we put into place the FOSSI program, which delivers scholarships to students who go to HBCUs. We support them for 4 years of college, and this is with the entire chemical industry. $13 million has been committed so far to this program. And we have 2 classes, 150 each, of freshmen from freshmen into college that we support. We also put in a program where companies can nominate those who are on their way to the C-suite to actually get the training and development and networking needed to actually move into the C-suite. And so our value is in demonstrating we're not just putting up statements, we're actually going to put efforts and money behind it.
That's cool. The accountability part of that framework comes into play, which is so important because if we come back 2 years from now and all of these commitments come to nothing, it's going to be so much more detrimental for corporations. Yeah. I was really excited to hear about, and throughout the morning I've been hearing, like, there's something about the social compact between employees and employers that I feel is really shifting in terms of perhaps we're going to come back a little bit towards employers being responsible for employee career pathways. That one of the benefits that people are looking for and one of the values and the homes that people are looking for is that they can join a company and it will help them grow, and that those career pathways are equitable, that they're not just available to the usual suspects, that it doesn't become yet another place where you start to hire for racial diversity but nobody's moving up in the company. I'm very excited about some of that rethinking and the ways in which companies can do better by their people. Like, if there are other comments in the room, but I also wanted to turn to Diana and say, in the world of AI, how are people thinking about that set of skills, which are, to my mind, pretty ill-defined for now? Like, educators are trying to figure out what to do. Employers are trying to figure out what to bring in. How are you thinking about that new set of skills?
Yeah, no, this is a great question. It's a hard question. And there's a lot of dynamics at play that tie into everything that you've said, because a lot of the same challenges that will affect the AI workforce will affect a lot of types of workers, especially white collar talent, for lack of a better word, and college educated talent. I think that in terms of AI skills, a lot of the emphasis right now continues to be on technical skills. And there's a wide umbrella under that. So if you're talking about, and this is why we define the AI workforce a bit broadly, if you're talking about people who are actually working on developing, designing, deploying AI-enabled tools or capabilities, you've got one set of skills. If you're talking about people who are acquiring or overseeing these capabilities, so you've got acquisition talent, you've got sales engineers, people at the organizational level, that's another set of capability or tools or skills that you need to have, and you need to have awareness. And then if you're talking about people who are complementing these, the more technical talent that every organization probably has, who's developing, designing, deploying any kind of service or capability. You've got your project managers, your user experience designers, and that gets back into some of the inclusion discussion of making sure that we are human-centered in how we think about new tools, capabilities that are being deployed more widely across industries. So you've got a lot of different skill sets that are technical and non-technical, right? So it's when I say AI, I'm actually thinking a bit more broadly than some people who might just think about a computer scientist. I'm not just thinking about a computer scientist or a machine learning engineer. I'm thinking about a very wide range of people. And more than that, I'm thinking as we think about the workplace of the future, as AI becomes more ubiquitous across industries, as we all interact every day with AI, what does AI literacy look like? So that basic principles around responsible use, around bias, around governance, about, so how can we build in, and we're talking about a hiring conversation, right? So how can we make sure that we're interacting with AI appropriately? And how can we make sure that our talent has the skills that they need to have at different types of levels? And for me, I wish, what I've been waiting for a long time is a bigger conversation about upskilling. Because I think that as part of this inclusion, as part of this, young people just hop from job to job, we're not going to invest in them. That's a disservice to the workforce you have, because you can leverage that talent more effectively. And so if you do more to help upskill this talent, to help show them that they have a career pathway, that also gets to the value question, right? So to me, a lot of these conversations are interconnected.
Absolutely. Vaughn was talking this morning about it's a place for employers to come together and connect to be able to build the pool of workers. And if you invest in the pool, then you can compete at the moment of hiring to make that happen. I'm curious about that as well, especially because what are the tools that employers have at their fingertips to be able to do these sorts of upskilling and reskilling? I mean, you have the tax code where you can reimburse intuition. I just saw another example where Connecticut, the state has created a new fund so that they are reimbursing on top of that for upskilling and reskilling. So you now have state extra funding for pieces along the way. Are there other examples that people are hearing of as ways to fund that? And then is anyone hearing about employers who are giving release time for those workers? So at Strata, we've done an enormous amount of talking with adult learners, and it's not just about the money. The money is a problem, but it is about finding the time to be able to study and the coaching and the support along the way. I would love to hear of examples that folks are seeing in that domain.
I know that I have a number of clients that do. And there is a large global financial services company where they have, this is not so much just for the, for the people that are entering new programs, but in general, they have one day a month that is a development day. and everyone in the company has the ability to have 1 day a month, and you were supposed to be doing things that support your development, whether that's taking an online class, going to a conference like this, whether it's networking with other people who do something that you might be interested eventually doing. So they've said it, and they've gone back and forth whether it's the same day for everybody or different days for different folks. But in essence, is to me they're putting their money where their mouth is. And I also just want to mention, because that question about value, I would say it doesn't matter how I define value, it matters how your employees define value. So when we think of the employee value proposition, we think about the give and the get. So what do you get from this organization, and what do we expect you to give? And the way to make sure that you've got an employee value proposition that's really real and matters, you gotta ask your employees, what do you want? Why'd you come here? Why do you stay? What else can we be doing? How can we support you? You know, the question was earlier also about, having that, giving employees the voice, and we talked about it in reference of unions. I think there's a lot more. Unions are certainly important and have a lot of value, but there's a lot of things you can be doing along the way, whether it's employee focus groups, pulse surveys, suggestion boxes, even if they're online these days, but a lot of things to make sure you are constantly listening to your employees so that you can give them what matters the most. And remember that them is not a one-size-all-fits, things, because if you think about it, we used to talk a lot about generational differences, and what I think is actually often more important than generational differences, it's life stages. Because I can tell you what matters to me when I'm 23 and I've got, $80,000 worth of college loans to pay back, to when I'm 52 and starting to think about retirement, to when I'm 30 and buying my new house, right? Like, it's just different. So how do you build in the flexibility about whatever you're doing, whether it's giving more for reskilling and tuition reimbursement? I've got a lot of clients who are recruiting now right from high school, and they've got partnerships with universities, and they're helping people get a degrees, because for a lot of the population, the cost of college these days is really, it's just not sustainable for them. So I've seen a lot more earlier recruiting and helping people support the people that do want to get degrees, giving them that opportunity.
Janet, we have a couple questions online.
Great.
The first is from Larry K. Teamwork is an important element in many industries. How do you ensure there is effective teamwork in this new environment where personal contacts may be limited?
That's a great question. I feel like I'm on a panel with some remote work doubters, and I'm over here secretly like, well, if you had announced I had to come to the office, I would have been one of your quitters.
I'm not a remote work doubter. I'm just a hybrid supporter. That's how I position it.
I'm hybrid. Yeah. I had to get there, honestly, but I'm hybrid. But I would say that the other side of my hat is the IT piece that I oversee. And we are actually now going through a pretty extensive process to understand better collaborative tools that we can put into place, because there's a recognition that you don't just flip the switch and Zoom is the answer to appropriate collaboration. The teamwork piece is incredibly important, and I can't emphasize enough, the best way to build teams, continue the robust pieces of the team are to talk to people and ask them how it's going. And when I said be ready to take the bullet, it really is that candid feedback can be so bad as, this is the worst thing I've ever seen. How dare you make me come back into the office? You, Nicole Hinton, are a terrible person. But what that does is it gives you a very clear understanding of where your base is and how to build from there. So the collaborative tools from an IT perspective, listening to your workforce, and then actually doing something with the information that you get will help to fix it all. And the last example I'll give is our engagement survey said our team didn't quite understand from the highest levels of the organization how they were connected to our various priorities. And what we've immediately put into place is we're no longer going to have vice presidents lead teams. We're going to have levels throughout the organization lead these teams, so that colleague to colleague, regardless of level within the organization, they're talking to each other and not feeling like because your leaders in the room, they're sucking the energy out of the room, all of a sudden things are whatever they want to do. We're putting staff in charge of these matrix teams only where it makes sense, because everybody knows from the late 90s, a team and matrix teams, just to create teams, is also a nightmare.
I'll just add a little bit to that. I do see more team of teams dynamics, but I can't agree with you more on the software challenge. I know there's a lot of different software packages and services outside of Zoom that are designed just to facilitate teamwork and collaboration. And I'd love to hear some of your thoughts on this as well. I think there's an analogy here between remote learning and remote working, in that some people are good at remote learning and some people are just not. And I think the same is true with work. Some people are good at it and some are not. I know people who struggled with their mental health and they just kind of made it through the day on remote work, but you'd never know because you meet with them once a week and you don't see it. You don't know. You don't realize whether they're working or not working because we're not surveilling them, and that's another concern I have about remote work, is then the oversight and the trust. But I think I admire some of these software packages. I've done this networking sessions, and maybe the questioner online is, we did Post-its and it was, 20 of us and we're all trying to write on Post-its and move them over. And I'm just like, that's just not how I learn. So I'm like, that was a great exercise. Do I think I'm more of a team because of that experience? No. So I don't know where that balance comes into play.
Yeah. And Diana and Nicole both, I think there's so much value about being together. Like, one of the things, again, in my role, I'm often out there working with clients and teams and talking about this kind of topic about future of work. And I was just sharing, I think it was with you, Janet, that, or maybe it was with the wonderful folks I had lunch with today, that I just got to go do an in-person session with a client around this. And God, it's so much more fun than doing it on Zoom. Like, just that engagement, that back and forth, being able to see the body language. So I do think there are just no substitute sometimes for in-person stuff. And I think when it comes to team building, I don't care how good your package is, there's really value. Again, what I think unfortunately has happened is some organizations have started to bring people back, is they bring some people back, but again, not everybody is in the same days. So then some of the people aren't there, or for folks like me where I work with people that are global. So I might go into the office and then go into my own office and sit there by myself on Zoom calls all day. So why did I commute in today?
Done, guilty, yes. Yeah. That's how I feel too, yes, exactly.
Well, and that's exactly why we did what we did, which is everybody is in same days, everybody's out same days.
And you know what I also love that you said, Nicole, too, was, so I've had a client and they're, like, all my clients are struggling with this, right? Like they were before, and I laugh when you talked about the healthcare because it was all the masking, the vaccines that so many HR professionals have had to deal with, but they're trying to figure out their policies. And they announced their policy, which was you could work 3 days remote, 2 days in the office, but those 2 days, only one of them could be a Monday or Friday. And so to me, what message does that send? So you don't trust because I'm taking off a Friday, then it means I'm going to be like at the beach? Like what's kind of driving that? And that's what I think we have to be careful about, the messages. So to me, like I've had clients that are back 100%, and honestly, it's going really well. I have clients who are totally remote, and it's going really well. And I've got clients, everything in between, and folks that have done it, it's not going well. And I see the difference is communication, transparency, your listening strategy to understand what's working and what's not working. And that's the difference. It's not necessarily the policy itself. It's being open to kind of sharing what's driving it and then continuing to figure out, like I said, is allowing everyone to pick their 2 days so that I might come in on a Friday and nobody else there. Is that really the best way to do it? So.
And it comes back to trust. Mm-hmm. What you have communicated with when your policy looks like an SAT story problem of like you must come in on this day but never on that day. What you're communicating is that you don't trust. And when you think that what people are really looking for in the workplace right now is this amalgamation of pay, benefits, flexibility, meaning and purpose and trust and community and building, then that's where it really falls apart.
Well, and the one thing I would add is you never want your policy to be a distraction, right? You want the policy to be set, everybody understands it, and then you move forward. If it is a distraction, it's time to look at it. Because if it is the topic of conversation at every meeting, every time you engage with someone, I recommend you look at it immediately.
I run a fully remote work team, and one of the things we did when we first started was to sit down for a day and talk through what our agreements were with one another.
That's great.
And one of those things was, this is our response time. Because we're all working in different time zones, everyone has up to 24 hours unless it's a text. And we will text each other on our phones 3 to 4 times a year max. I mean, we worked through the details, and we would have some core overlapping hours, and there were all the pieces. So I think too, when you're having a conversation with your team about what matters to you and what you want to build, it really works this way. We were talking about this at lunch, right? Calling on you, please introduce yourselves to folks online.
Sure. Hi. Excuse me, David Byer. Just staying on this theme of location and back to work and post-pandemic, and I think it's important for all of us still to be mindful that the segment of the working world that we're talking about here today is a partial segment. It's largely office-based, white-collar, in that there's a whole segment of people that if they were walking into this room right now, hearing this conversation, they're saying, really? Really? So I think it's really important to stay mindful of that. That said, in your capacity as a researcher and a HR leader, as working with clients, fast forward if you're able 2 years, 5 years, where do you think we'll be with respect to, in this case, more office-based workers in America? Do you feel there'll be, yeah, exactly. But ultimately, isn't that the question? Aren't we focused on that point in the future where we have to say, so what are we going to look like? How are we going to act? How are we going to work?
So I don't want to take the easy way out, David, but what I will say is every time I try to predict the future, I am 100% wrong. And I do want to harken back to your comment about office workers, because we do have a segment of our workforce that is a 24/7 call center that has never worked remote, except when we had an office spread and we had to put people out for obvious reasons. That's a workforce that is not able, because of the work that they do, to work hybrid or to work remote. And so we do have to recognize that in our overall planning as well. But the notion of 2 years from now, it's difficult for me to grapple with that, because 2 years prior to 2020, I would have never been able to predict the pandemic, or that we would have racial injustice be a key topic. And so I just tend to be open and welcome to all, and not have the notion of just because this is how we do it now, it means that we need to do it that way in the future.
I'm going to jump in on that just to say, as an economist, economists also cannot predict the future, even though they constantly are asked to do so and are very happy to do so. But I actually think it depends on where some of these labor market trends are going. So I think we are talking about a segment of the workforce. That's how I started this conversation. We are talking about a tier of the workforce that seems to dominate a lot of discussions. That's the technical workforce. And they have a lot of leverage right now. And so I think depending on how some current trends go, depending on how the economy goes over the next 2 years, will determine how much leverage some of these workers have. I think, and this is where I'd love to hear your thoughts, my sense is that a lot of employers would ideally like their people to come back in the office at least part-time. And so as soon as the leverage that some employees have, if it dissipates, you might see more people going back into the office. That's a little controversial, so I'm happy to have people disagree with me on this one.
Wow.
You know, it's interesting. I don't think it's ever going to go totally back, but I still think it will edge towards back. Because when you still look at a lot of senior leaders, there's still this fundamental discomfort and some of the concerns, if I can't see them, are they really working, right? And so, I think it's going to come to a little bit in the middle, right? There are some companies that have been remote all along, way before the pandemic, right? There's a lot of cost savings that can happen, if you're remote. There's also a lot of value for the environment. And again, less commuting, less carbon emissions, things like that in the offices if we're doing that. But I do think that the research does show that talent scarcity is not going away, and especially in certain areas. So at least in the next 5-10 years, employers are still going to struggle finding some of the talent they need, and are going to have to continue to get creative on doing it. Again, I'm neither an economist or, but I do know that predicting the future is hard. So I do think the more we can be flexible, the more we can listen to, our employees. And you also mentioned, David, and I even mentioned before, 80% of the worldwide workforce cannot work could not work remotely. So I've had a lot of clients who've really been strategizing on talent scarcity, and B, not having some jobs remote. So you're seeing a lot of organizations look at just different schedules. So I actually had a client who some of their employees were the toll booth collectors in Chicago. And one of the things that they wanted to tap in was more of the stay-at-home parents who needed to be home for a couple hours in the morning and needed to get back home in mid-afternoon, but they would tend to do 8-hour shifts. Well, that won't work for that group. So they went to 4 or 5-hour shifts so that they can, that they could attract a segment of the market that they hadn't been able to as well. We also know that, again, with the economy, I don't know how that's, your portfolios are looking, hopefully better than mine, but, it also means that people might work longer, right, and want to stay connected. So again, how do we really set up our jobs and our workplace so that we can have people work longer, and whether that's remote or in person or anywhere in between, it's about thinking about flexibility, not just about where you're physically working, but how in general work gets done.
And I did want to go back to one piece I can predict. Business services in terms of the facility itself is another one of my responsibilities. And it was painful to pay rent on space that was not used for 2 years, right? And so I do believe that if we see a shift in how work environments are changed, where you're not given these luscious, beautiful offices, but you're scaling that footprint back, that then to me says you're going to see more people who are not in the office as often. And maybe that will be a predictor of the future.
Janet, we have...
We're going to go there. We'll go online, and then...
Yeah, Jonathan Osei, JFF. So I have a question basically premised on like the future of work and like the fundamental understanding of work. So I recently read this Boston Globe article called "My Generation Isn't Looking to Make Friends at Work," sort of about a Gen Zer who is, or Zillennial, whatever we call him nowadays, Zoomer, who isn't looking to make friends at work. And I think it sort of like begs a question, like, what happens when the way we fundamentally see work changes, and like from generation to generation? Like, I don't come to the office anymore because I'm not here to make friends, or like, it's things like that. That's not how I see it, but I'm just asking that question.
That's how I started this entire discussion, was that it worries me. I think that the lack of community that comes from a fully 100% remote, and I think we're in alignment that 100% remote is not, but it does worry me. I study young people a lot. I've studied young people for the last 10 years. And I do see these changes, right? And how is this affecting the inclusion conversation, the mental health conversation, the retention and loyalty conversation, the building relationships and network conversation? What does that mean for your network if you're not building that human and social capital as you would if you were maybe in person or if you had a different experience? And I don't necessarily know all the answers to those questions. We are also, because there's a confluence of the changing nature of work. So also intertwined in that last great question was, and part of my response, yes, it was controversial, but I'm hearing from the AI side of when are machines going to be taking over some of these tasks, right? So you've got this pressure of, and COVID really accelerated automation, development of some of these technologies. I don't think we're in a place where that's going to happen anytime, where people are going to be completely replaced anytime soon. But there are these underlying dynamics that, and I would love to hear, maybe you said, I'm not sure what you think, but it really, to me, is a concern that we need to talk more about, or it needs to be part of the pathways plan, right? When people are coming in, that needs to be part of the conversation about what that social contract looks like with your employer.
Yeah, so I think one of the concerns that I'm like sort of seeing with like I'm a Zillennial, fellow Zillennials is like, what if a job is just a job or a paycheck? And it's not some big career pathway thing, and it's like, on to the next one.
As soon as something else comes up.
Yeah.
But also a real hunger to, like, work is itself where you connect. Like, if we're working on a project together, we make value, we make our connection. So that employer who used to provide us with the ping pong table and the dinner, and we had to spend all our working and living hours there, that never worked for a huge swath of the community anyways, if we were parenting or didn't want to be there. Like, I'm super excited about the future when we start talking about this social compact with the employers and the employees that just works differently.
Yeah, what I would say, Jonathan, is it's your feedback that was part of the reason why we decided to come back sooner than most employers did and do it in the hybrid environment. Because our millennials were very much saying, what happened to all of those social interactions that we used to have, and talked about the impact of it. I think for someone like me, I had the pleasure of having that earlier in my career. And so losing it during the pandemic was like, whatever, that's not meaningful to me. So it's those phases of life that Elise mentioned, that you want to make sure you're actually able to have all of those. And so I tend to believe that there is going to be this larger impact, but when you mesh scarcity with it just being a paycheck, and that people are moving just to move for the next great opportunity, but I'm an employer who is all in relative to making it a worthwhile environment, that means that I am going to have a great time recruiting people. And if you are not thinking that way, then you might have a more difficult time recruiting people.
That is for me, the nut of this whole panel is how are employers going to be competitive? It's thinking through these trends. It's thinking about the talent. There was a question online.
Yes, a question from Holly Zanville. How ready do the panelists think employers and HR are to receive and review digitized portfolios describing knowledge, skills, and credentials?
It's a great question. And hi, Holly.
So I would say that there is great work to be done. And the recognition is it's a much broader conversation than any of us have the capacity to understand or know how to approach at this point. But what I would say is thirsting and getting information from experts like Diana and Elise, synthesizing that information, and then only doing what makes sense for your organization. I would say that a pitfall for me earlier in my career was I thought I had it all figured out, and I listened to an expert and then tried to implement it. I'm silently not saying what organization that was with, because I've been with a few. And it was a crater fail. And so what I have learned is taking snippets of all, including the notion of the digitization of our workforce and what that means, and making it meaningful to the company where I'm currently spaced is incredibly important.
Is your company accepting digital portfolios at the moment?
No.
No. So I love that question, because I hear that in government they're trying to lead an effort to do more competency-based hiring. This, to me, is a broader conversation about the design of our higher education system, because employers still see a 4-year degree as this proxy or market signal for competence, and maybe hiring directors too, please correct me if that's an overstatement. But that needs to change if we're going to adapt alternative pathways into jobs and to be more inclusive and to get more people into, I talk about it through an AI lens, but this is exactly what we talk about is how can we get more employers to think differently about hiring pathways and to what qualifications they'll allow. And I'm having a very robust discussion with a current collaborator of mine who's a previous software engineer. And, you know, even there's some literature out there that says, from Burning Glass, for example, that says, oh, look, the number of job postings requiring a 4-year degree is going down. And my colleague says, yeah, but their hiring processes are still designed so that people with the 4-year degrees are the ones that get through. So it's kind of a farce, and that's concerning. So I think we need to have a shift in mindset, and I don't have that background, but I welcome yours to know how that conversation moves without changing how we think about 4-year degrees.
There's, you know, there's been some moves to more make the resume process and the application process more, you know, take out anything that would indicate name, gender, background, et cetera. And so that's been some organizations' answer, but the problem is eventually people enter the equation. So if you don't fix I'm 100% agreeing with you, Diane, because if you're not fixing the fundamental flaw in the process itself, whatever you do, so yeah, again, maybe you're bringing in more diverse people that way, but if they're still not making it through in the right percentage that they should, and also part of what Korn Ferry does, we have a big DE&I practice, and one of the things we found is organizations will say, oh, I don't have a diversity, you know, problem, you know, X percentage of my workforce is whatever, and X percent is this. But then when you start looking higher up in the organization, you see, okay, yeah, so you're attracting them, but you're not keeping them. They're not raising to the same levels as everybody else. You do have a DE&I problem. It just might be a different problem than other clients are trying to solve. So I do think there's definitely some need to step back and relook at our processes and figure out, you know, what makes sense. But I do have to say, like, some aspects of the automation, and I think there's so much potential with AI, because what I think AI can do for a lot of organizations, and to make, we talked about improving job quality. Can we take out some of the remote things that we have to do that aren't leveraging what God gave us, of that amazing brain that humans have, and kind of automate that, but not do it to replace people, but to enable, again, a focus on different areas. That's what I really hope. And I've got to say, I absolutely hate any manual forms anymore. I want to be able to sign electronically and enter everything electronically. But that's just a personal thing. So
Yeah, but I would say that my concern with going completely digital is that it might not even get you the result that you're seeking. Yep. And then what? And so having that balance between my internal process as well as the technology and how the two converge, because, you know, knowing your numbers in terms of statistically where you are from a DEI perspective, absolutely important. I think that we're the poster child of how you can actually look at this from a holistic perspective and reap the rewards of the investment that's put in relative to making sure that you have this diverse workforce at the top of the organization. I'm a part of that team, and the team has changed tremendously in 12 years. Mm-hmm. And we're talking about chemical manufacturing, right, which doesn't look like me, or nor some of my colleagues who are now part of our leadership team. And that was done without the digital portfolios. And so I would just, you know, anytime numbers, and I'm, you know, have an MBA in finance, I love the numbers. Mm-hmm. But the numbers worry me, and the data, if it's not overlaid with the people piece.
yeah.
Do you want to jump in there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just wanted to raise a couple of issues. I don't think we have time to discuss them, but I'll tell you the frustration that we all face. We have learned a lot from COVID. It has given us new ways of looking at things that we perhaps did not give credit to in the beginning, such as remote work. Many organizations have to make different decisions. It's not the same for everybody. If you're running a company, you have to run operations at different levels. Depending on the functionality of the individual, the roles of their work will change. and the necessity of them to be available versus not will also change. We've had 27 people out of 100 or so at that time that were working remotely, way before COVID came into the scene. We will have more probably now because of what we have learned and also benefited from learning that a lot more things can be done that way. But we still have a major issue. When you're running a company, you have to make sure that you're not only doing the task that is on your table, you are growing, you're elevating your people, you're raising them, you're getting more value out of their contributions, you're taking good care of them, you're getting input from them. You use that input to make decisions. You use the input from your colleagues, other organizations of the same type. You get input from your board members. You get input from external sources. And you make the best solutions become something that you will embrace. So it's a changing environment, in my view. I think we can talk all we want about let's do this, let's do that, but it's going to change and evolve, at least in our view. And we have benefited from the information that we get from others, that we get from our staff. And I think that's been a role that we have embraced, and I hope that will allow us to continue in a way that is going to be more productive, not only for us, but also for our employees. They'll be happier, they'll be more engaged, they'll be at higher level, they'll be making more money, and hopefully we'll be more successful. So these are dreamland comments, perhaps, but I want to see what your reaction is. What do you think, if that's a good approach?
That's a perfect way to segue into our closing, which is I really see you rethinking your relationship with the work you do and the people you do it with and how you're making it all come together in service of a greater whole. Coming back to that question about like what do you see happening in the future, it isn't so much about predicting the future, it's what do you hope for in the future. So like given all of this, as a closing comment, like what do you all hope to see in the next 2 to 3 years, 10 years, if we've been successful in rethinking all of this?
Should I start? I hope that we see more stability in the labor market than we see right now, with a lot more employee satisfaction. I really like the values conversation, the appreciation conversation. I think that's really critical, but I think there's a lot of churn and unrest when I look at the labor market data, and I'd like to see some stabilization. And also there are a lot of employee surveys out there that we're seeing good measures of employee satisfaction. And empowerment.
I would say that in my career, I've seen lots of what I would call flavors of the month. And I would be thrilled if 2, 3, 10 years from now, the discussions about the greater societal impact, the initiatives around diversity, equity, and inclusion, that they're not just topics or flavors of the month, but they're actually integral pieces of every organization, so that it becomes just a cornerstone of what is required to be a functioning, great organization.
It kind of goes to one of the remarks you started with, Janet. It's the era of humanity, right? It's about grace. It's about respect. It's about value. And I think that when those exist within the workplace, we are going to see higher productivity, higher innovation, stronger results, whether you're a nonprofit and your results aren't measured by dollars, but measured by supporting your stakeholders. But that's what I really hope to see. I really hope to see, again, this focus on making work for everyone. That's what I would say. Great.
Well, I could tell this panel got the audience going about the research. It's interesting. It seems to me that one of the things we have to do that we're very poor at least I think we're poor at, corporations, organizations, is research outcome data. What is the right mix? And it has to do with what's the outcomes. If the outcomes are good and the mix or the outcomes are bad, then we know we have to make a different mix. of this. And too often, especially the smaller ones who don't have the, unless you're a Fortune 500, you don't have the researchers to be looking at that. And somehow I think we have to start doing more research in this area to be able to help the little guy, so to speak, or little woman, or little person in this regard. Thank you for stimulating such discussion. And this is a subject that's not going to go away. Certainly I have my strong beliefs too, and I won't divulge them today, but thank you so much again for such a stimulating discussion that's relevant to every person sitting in this audience.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Yes. Oh, he needs your microphones in the back. We're going to have like a 2-minute delay here for some microphones for the next group. Since we have this moment of intermission here, I will take the liberty of saying that, workforce is one of those things that doesn't get talked about enough. And there's various databases. And as the morning group pointed out, too often it's siloed discussions. And somehow we have to build a more interdisciplinary type of an approach of system of workforce in this area. We saw that when we talked in our research study about embedding certifications into bachelor's degrees. And we certainly saw that the certification community did not understand higher education, and higher education didn't understand the industry certification body. We had to even talk about a common language so that they would understand what each other, and also the whole idea of what is a validated competency. Something as intricate as that, but very important. And then the other element to this is the whole idea that employers many times have not done the work to really understand what success means and what are the skills and the knowledges one needs to have in order to be successful. And interestingly enough, I was involved in a Stanford University project that was funded by the National Science Foundation recently, and they said, frankly, employers don't hire what they advertise for because the interview is so influential about the personal attributes that the person gets selected that may or may not be the most aligned with what they were advertising they wanted. So I thought that was a very interesting study, and we are here.
Way to kill
That's
time.
great. Well, it's not often that we get to introduce colleagues in our own organization. And, as Joe has pointed out and many others, we have lots of talented people that work at ANSI and great career pathways, and we're so proud of the people. And Mary Saunders is one of those people that we knew in her successful career track, being at NIST, being a Deputy Assistant Secretary for Manufacturing and Services, that we were going to have a person who could help us look at a trajectory and look at standards and in the future. And so, Mary, we're just pleased that you would moderate this panel and standards, and it's all yours.
Okay, thanks, Roy. And we're looking at the it says the standards community into the future and the future, the standards professional of the future per se. I'm really excited to be able to be part of this panel and to moderate. And let me just do a brief intro to the topic. I know I've listened to all of the panels today at this workforce conference and been really exciting and lots of good lessons. And I will say that we're going to be talking about what, to David Byer's question, is a subset of the larger workforce set of issues. But let me start at the broader level. We have a U.S. standards strategy, which we've had for the past 20 years. And since the beginning, one of the 12 strategic objectives is to now what is called build a standards literate workforce, which applies broadly across all aspects of the workforce. It's important to health and safety of the individuals that are in the workforce, and it's important to U.S. competitiveness, that at various levels, to the level of expectation as to what level of standards understanding you need to have to better be able to do your job and to contribute in the community. So it's important across the broad range of U.S. economic activity. Over the past couple of years, there have been a lot of policy discussions, for those of you that are in the Washington area or at the CEOs of many of the tech companies, about the importance of standards and effective standards participation, its contribution to U.S. competitiveness, its contribution to our ability to innovate, and a lot of discussion about what we call capacity building. So if we're going to send individuals to a virtual or an actual standards table to do those negotiations, to reach a consensus document, which can then underpin a huge range of commercial activities, there's a set of skills that is important to bring to that activity. I call them their competencies. So that's what we're going to be talking about. And I admit I'm a standards professional. I didn't start out as a standards professional. I started out as an economist and a political scientist. But my first job, well, second job, was at the U.S. Department of Commerce in the International Trade Administration. And part of my job, I ended up working on standards issues. And that's the beginning of the story, and that's the end of the story. So I'm very proud to have that set of competencies. My competencies as a standards professional look slightly different from those that Ali or Allison or Veronica have, but it is an important set of competencies for I think all of us, and certainly for ANSI members. Our company members, our organizational members, our government agency members are all looking at recruiting and retaining the workforce of the future, and some segment of that workforce will have to have these standards-related competencies. So we have a great panel today. I'll let them introduce themselves in more detail, but we're going to get perspectives from Muhammad Ali with Hewlett-Packard, so from a tech company, what they're looking at in terms of their workforce and their participation in standards activities. Allison Fick, next to Ali, is a staff manager at ASTM, which is one of the largest U.S. domiciled global standards developers with a wide range of activities, ranging from consumer safety items to petroleum, to fuels, to additive manufacturing, and so on. And finally, thank you, Veronica, for Veronica Lancaster, who's the Vice President for Standards Programs at the Consumer Technology Association. So we're going to hear perspectives from a corporation, from an SDO, and from a trade association on the issues of what makes the standards professional of the future and what's the standards community looking for. So let me just ask each of you to start out sharing a little bit about where you sit and then your perspective on this issue of the future, and then I'll have some questions. So Ali?
Sure. Well, welcome everyone. My name is Muhammad Ali, and I'm the Senior Standards Strategy and Policy Leader for HP Inc. I manage the 400 internal experts that we have that participate in about 55 standards organizations, which includes consortia, forum, traditional SDOs, and others. And my job is to basically ensure that we have an internal standards strategy for how we are participating in different standards organizations, as well as capacity building activities that Mary mentioned earlier, and also working with our GR and global trade folks to ensure that our standards policy positions are aligned on various topics.
Thanks. Allison?
Good afternoon, good morning for anybody who might be online in different parts of the world. We at ASTM have, as Mary mentioned, a large portfolio of standards development committees, and my role at ASTM is working directly with the committees. So I manage approximately 4,000 volunteers. And so we've been talking about in a lot of the earlier panels about employees and the employee-employer relationship. And I was sitting back there thinking, there's a whole different dynamic when that employee suddenly becomes a volunteer and you have to manage a lot of the same things that the employers were talking about when you don't actually employ that person. And so my role at ASTM is really managing that relationship with the volunteer and creating an environment where they want to continue to participate. Because the challenges that we're seeing with the remote workforce and issues with virtual meetings is really impacting the standards community, and it's a very difficult space to navigate right now. And so one of my challenges as the staff manager is figuring out how to make it work for my members.
Thanks. Veronica?
Hi, everyone. Sorry I can't be there with you, but as you can hear from my lovely singing voice, no one wants to sit next to me. So there you have it. So I am Vice President of Standards Programs at CTA. We have a smaller standards development program as far as the number of employees that are working on it, but we're addressing a wide variety of topics. I also participate myself in international standards development, and I volunteer as the president of Women in Standards, which is really focused on elevating and educating the standardization community about the importance of diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. These are all key factors to ensure that you're hearing all the voices that should be heard, and you're considering all of those factors as you're building consensus bodies. So I'm happy to be here virtually, and I'm sure you're happy that I'm here virtually as well.
Thanks. Hope you feel better. So let's start in with, we've had a lot of discussions this morning about, and early this afternoon, about Gen X and millennials, new folks coming into the workforce. So what are some of the characteristics of the newer standards professionals that you're seeing compared to those that are reaching retirement, or perhaps are past retirement in the volunteer sense? And what are the implications for recruiting, training, and retaining these professionals? First, perhaps from the HP perspective, and then we'll move down the line.
Yeah, so I mean, we're seeing more standards professional now adopting a T-shaped competency where they have the depth of the fundamentals, which is standards development for standards professionals, and then the breadth of the other topics. For example, how does the trade implication applies to the standards development activities that they're working on, the cultural competence, global mindset, working for those in international standards, as well as digital literacy. And by digital literacy, I don't really mean just being able to host meetings and attend meetings virtually, but really being able to speak digital. While we're talking about the digital transformation of standards, there are 5 key technologies from HP's perspective that we think are going to play a key role in moving us from where we are right now to the future, where 10 years from now, which includes artificial intelligence, big data, robotic process and automation, cybersecurity, and virtual reality. And all of these 5 key technologies are fundamentals to how the standards development process is going to be modernized for the future, and how the futures of future standards professional are going to have to interact with each other in the development process itself.
Alice?
So from a large SDO perspective, mine is a little bit more logistics related. What we're seeing is a big shift in how SDOs need to think about the standards and how they engage. At ASTM, I have members on my committee of petroleum who have been in ASTM as a member longer than I've been alive.
Yep.
And that is not what we're seeing moving forward. We are not going to see chairs of committees that are chairs for 10, 15, 20 years. So what we at ASTM are looking at and is how do we look at our landscape of standards and say, being a chair for 2 to 3 years, which 10 years ago would have been, oh my goodness, they've left us. We don't have a chair anymore. how to embrace that change and talk about some of the inclusivity aspects that we've been kind of talking about on other panels, is saying, okay, 2 to 3 years is kind of going to be the stretch now for what you see a standards professional being able to give that time. And how do we maximize on that time? And also continue to see value in that time, right? Don't look at the negative of, oh, somebody's left me in 3 years. Okay, but you got 3 years of volunteer participation from that person. Did you make it worth their while? And have you made it worth your own while? And I think that's a challenge that we as SDOs have to rethink a little bit ourselves and create a different model for our own, our own areas of competency as well.
I agree 100% with Allison. I think that we have to rethink how we do things. But I also think an important aspect is understanding how we work nowadays, right? We heard a lot in our last panel about being nervous about, not being in the office or the 5-day work week. But we are. We're going to have to embrace this hybrid environment. Even if you have workers that maybe are not so great at remote work, there's an opportunity there to mentor those workers. I think that the characteristics of the future standards professional are not that different than the characteristics of a standards professional today. What I think we have to be more adept at is how do we partner and mentor these new professionals and transfer the knowledge and listen to their voices about how we can get things done. I think when you consider how long it can take to develop a standard, to some of the newer professionals, to them, it might seem inherently much longer than what we would think is lightning speed. So we just have to be flexible. I think we've heard the word flexible all day today, and it's a key word. It's a key characteristic for an employer in order to both attract and retain these young employees.
Yeah. That raises a couple more questions. But before I get to the broader question, so Ali, from the HP perspective, how do you treat staff? Certainly perhaps cycling through standards development activities, or cycling through different positions where you probably don't have as many people at HP now as maybe previously that spent 20 years on a standards committee. So from the company perspective, how do you manage consistency?
Yeah, that's a good question. We have actually an internal virtual community that we manage internal to HP. That's kind of like all of the standards professional of HP. And we manage that through some sort of, we actually have a standards academy internally to train our experts whenever they're participating in standards development process. But also we have mentorship programs internally where there is some sort of a transition between the person who is currently in the committee to the person who will potentially take over the committee. So on average, however, we do see folks serving long-term. Like I have about 10 to 15 folks that have been on standards committee for more than 15 years or so. But when they retire, there needs to be some sort of a transition, and most of the time they identify themselves who will take over, and then from a centralized standards department perspective, we help them to get up to speed and be effective in their role.
Yeah.
So I guess the key is having a robust standards education program internally and providing them some sort of support while they're actually participating. So some sort of a mentorship program or some buddy program that you can have will possibly help.
Yeah, thanks. And then raise a question I think Veronica broached. So standards development is not a one-shot activity. It's standards development and maintenance at different cycles, depending on the standard at issue. But it is an ongoing commitment, at least from the perspective of the SDO, perhaps from the company as well. So what are best practices for keeping participants engaged for more than one standards cycle? Or is that even an issue? And Veronica, you want to start?
Yeah, I'd love to. I think that you have to be flexible. I'll say that again. We've heard a lot about different types of standards development that is being considered now. So, for example, along the lines of coding, There's open source and also open standards, which is an interesting, aspect to think about. I actually read an article where a CTO of a pretty well-known large company, and I'll not say which one, said, and I'll quote it, it said, "It often seems the whole point of standards is to slow things down," which I thought was fascinating. So the fact that you've got, startups that really don't have the time to commit, and you've got large, well-established companies that think the process is too slow, you have to consider open source and open standards and what that means. There's definitely ways to do it. There are also challenges to consider, such as how do you address comments? What's considered a comment if you are, taking these things online? But there are ways to set the rules of the road and to work that way. And I think also, Zoom has been very helpful. I'll say personally for me today, extremely helpful. But also, I've done a lot of international standards development. We're able to find time to get together and still connect. So connection is key, and how you do that connection, how you might use newer tools or find newer ways to move faster. That's also going to be very important.
Yeah. So Allison, standards maintenance?
Well, and I think the key point to both what Ali is talking about and what Veronica is talking about is really, you have a standards professional and they have to walk into a room like this, very similar to this, and they have to be able to effectively maximize on their participation immediately. They're representing their company, they're representing their product, they're representing their industry. How can we, as standards professionals, organizations, make them be effective more quickly? So one of the things at my organization that we have is a very strong, and we're trying to make it stronger, onboarding process, right? So you have a member classroom where you do things very simply, like how do you handle negative votes? How do you get through the balloting process? I mean, these sound like very simplistic things, but if you can teach a standards professional before they walk into the room these aspects, they are more effective and more likely to see a return on investment at their company, which then says, oh, this is a useful thing for you to be engaged in. It was effective use of your time. Let's send you back.
Yeah.
Can I add to that, Mary? I completely agree with Allison. I think from the company level perspective, that's exactly what we are looking from SDOs, is those hands-on training. So some sort of standards committee simulation where they can actually get together with a group of folks and actually experience what the committee, how does the committee actually develop standards? What sort of issues do they have to deal with? Allison, you mentioned about the voting and others. Those are some critical issues. We can teach them fundamentals, but when they actually go to the committee meetings and have to come across those issues, how do they actually tackle those? That's, and the SDOs that are embracing those, I think are going to be highly effective.
Well, and Ali, that can take the development time of a standard from 24 months to 18 months. Yeah. Right. Having someone who knows what they're doing when they walk in the room and how to advocate for themselves. Yeah. I'm sorry, Veronica, I cut you off.
Sorry, you gotta love hybrid. So I agree totally. I actually think that you have to invest in that relationship, and more than just mentoring, you're working together, you're helping someone to grow. So it's not a matter of just a single training and you're off to the races. It's really a partnership. For me personally, when I'm working with new professionals, I anticipate a good 6 months that we're going to spend a lot of time together to make sure that they feel comfortable, to make sure that that they really enjoy the position, right? That they understand what they're talking about. They understand how to handle some of those challenges that Allison mentioned, and they're really involved in the process. And if they become very involved, usually they come to love the job.
Yeah. And we've been talking about the standards professional, from the company and then the SDO or trade association perspective. But I want to remind people that the participants in a standards committee are stakeholders, and there's a broad range of stakeholders depending on the technology or the issue that's being standardized. The highest level characterization is producer, user, and general interest. The government's always in the general interest category, and there are many more finer gradations beyond that. But I would say that standards stakeholders, and I'm going to put some of you in the audience on point here, include firefighters, EMTs, law enforcement, HR professionals, building officials, plumbing and mechanical officials. So there's a huge range of what we call standards professionals, and probably different, not competencies, but different approaches to those competencies. I don't know if anybody in the audience would like to question that or make a comment on that. It's not a simple situation. Oh, Mary, yes. To the rescue. Thank you.
Mary to Mary. This is Mary McKeel. I'm with a standards organization as a standards consultant, and I'm also a vice chair here at ANSI. I really like your point, Mary, because it also includes within that the fact that the organization that is sponsoring the standards professional, and this gets, I think, to Mohammed's point too, has an influence on how well that standards professional does or can do. The organization who might be sponsoring could be very savvy, as everybody in this room is, and then there are others who may be less savvy, but just send somebody because, well, it looks to be the right thing to do. So I think that one of the things, and I have something of a history with ASTM as well, that there are ASTM, HP, Consumer Technology Association, and others who are in this room are very good at figuring out, I think, how to leverage and make use of those standards professionals. But I think you could talk to your experience as to what difference that can make within, how a technical committee operates, for example.
Oh, yeah. Any thoughts, Allison or Veronica? Veronica, do you want to go first? Yeah.
Sure.
Go ahead.
I think it's very important to have relationship building. You can't look at the participant as just another new participant. And one thing that I think my team has been excellent at is greeting those new participants, welcoming them in, having one-on-one calls with them, getting to understand what they're looking to accomplish, but helping them understand some of the basic rules of the road. So that relationship building is important. Not only does that new participant feel like you really care about what it is that they're trying to do, but they're building trust with you as well. And that trust is important. We've heard that throughout the day as well, whether it's with your employees or your participants. Relationship building and trust is absolutely key.
And I would say, yes, the trust is important, but it's also within the staff at ASTM. We have a wide variety of committees. We have committees that may only have 5 or 6 people that participate, in a room or on the Zoom call. We may have, 800 that sit in a room together and meet. It all depends. So, and what I think I would say for the SDOs in the room or the trade associations is your staff are your liaisons to making that standards professional work and have an experience that is worthwhile. So we've talked a lot about employees throughout these other panels. Looking at your staff as an employee and helping them to create that trust within your volunteers and helping them to create an environment within the committee is something that as the SDO employer you need to help your staff do. And it's not easy because each staff manager, each member coming in is faced with a different culture. Each one of the 147 committees at ASTM has a slightly different way of managing themselves within the rules. And so part of your role as the standards professional liaison, which is kind of what my role is understanding the environment that everybody is coming into, and as much as possible, creating that welcoming environment that Veronica was talking about, doing as much meeting and greeting, like be boots on the ground. If you're a standards professional, helping other standards professionals engage, be there, be present, be inclusive. And that's the biggest thing that you can do to make those volunteers feel like they are a part of that process.
Any question? Yes, Chris.
Good afternoon, everybody. Chris Dubay, I work for NFPA. Just a quick question. We've seen through the 100% remote committee activities through the first couple of years of COVID, about a 30 or 40% increase in participation, right? So I'm curious from ASTM and CTA's perspective, how have you managed that differently? Right? Because now you're onboarding remote people you've never met. There's not a relationship. A lot of times they're not even on camera, right? It's just a couple initials you're seeing there. And then for Mohammed, I would ask you, as a participant, how has that changed for HP in accomplishing your goals and participating? Are you getting the same value? And has it shifted your approach to standards?
Do you want to do your first?
Sure, yeah, I'll start. So from company level perspective, well, we are happy to see a lot of participation since the pandemic. However, I would note that we have had a hard time trying to get them up to speed because they're not there in person and not meeting the folks in person. So that relationship building is of course, as Veronica mentioned earlier, is key. They're missing out on that. Usually, most of the times at least, some SDOs have that onboarding program, a face-to-face onboarding program where they get familiar with the policies and procedures of standards development, look at some of the unique things that they have to be careful about, which includes antitrust guidelines. And recently we have seen some global trade implications where, I'm sure you're aware of that, the Huawei and all of its Chinese entities were added to the entity listing. And now we have to deal with Russia. So, all of that has to be, from the company level, we are very, very careful on those fronts. And we want to ensure that now that they are participating virtually, we have to spend more time internally with them before they actually can participate. But from the positive side is that we have more folks that are willing to participate than before.
It's a real catch-22. I mean, we are, on one hand, we have seen an uptick in many of our committees, particularly our smaller committees. We've seen an uptick with virtual participation and with actual active participation, right? Because there's a difference, right? There's a lot of people that join a roster. You'll have massive rosters and you'll have a much smaller group of people that actually do the work, right? So we've seen an uptick in both actual participation and joining the rosters through having the virtual component. But the hybrid component does create a whole different level of difficulty for the standards professional, because what does an event like this do for you as a standards professional? It creates that network, that community that we've been talking about why do we not want to do 100% virtual remote workforce. And for the standards community, I think, in my opinion, it's even more important because you are the competitors, you are the supply chain for those standards, you're the regulators for those standards. So when you're not sitting in the same room or having that capability of having that dialogue in the hallway, there's a detraction from the standards process. On the flip side, being a woman with children, with a child with special needs, I can tell you that taking away the hybrid option completely, if I was a volunteer, you would probably lose me. So we have to also think about that aspect, is that there are a lot of caregivers, particularly post-COVID, a lot of dynamics in the households have changed. How do we keep, we're talking about gender responsive standards and some of our other issues and some of our questions. How do we keep women engaged? How do we keep younger professionals who do want to job hop? But that doesn't mean that they can't still stay in the standards profession. They just might be at different companies while they stay in the standards profession. So that hybrid option, again, like Veronica said, flexibility, we have to think about all of those things, and we can't just say, this is what it is, and this, we're not going back. So, Veronica?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think we have to continue to stay flexible. And nice to see you, Chris. I think it's really interesting how the Zoom and the virtual environment has changed even over the past 2 years. I remember in the very beginning of the pandemic, we were all using Zoom. We all had to have our cameras on. Then we went through periods where nobody wanted their cameras on, and we're all kind of learning. That can also, as Allison mentioned, it can also be somewhat of a culture issue based on the committee you're working. So in some regards, I'll also say that we saw large jumps in attendance, especially for some of our larger weekly standards events. When we first went virtual, it was incredible, the amount of an increase that we saw. But I think also people suffered from Zoom burnout after a time, and now we're all kind of back to figuring it out. So I guess the long-winded answer is we just have to keep figuring it out, right? How do we keep making this work? We're all sort of trying to figure out how to create hybrid environments that are easy, right? That everyone can hear each other, and it's not a ton of dog barking, or and I'm nervous that mine will do exactly that, but so far so good. So I think we just have to just keep trying.
Any questions online, Karen? No. Anybody else in the room? Let's see. Howard. I think it's on.
Well, okay. Hi. Khalid Masri with NEMA. Just want to switch to global standards development and the skills that might be required for participants in standards committees that sometimes have to work with competing global strategies, let's say US, China, Europe, and they sometimes come from the same company, maybe. I don't know if there are any skills or talents required for, be successful in those committees.
I'll jump in. So here's what I think. I think this is where diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging are critical. When you are working in international committees or international standardization, you really have to understand some of the different cultural changes that may take place depending on the different countries that you're working with. And you have to respect that, right? You have to be aware and welcome those voices, and hopefully they are welcoming of yours as well. I think as interesting as it may seem, different Zoom etiquette might be required. For example, if you don't have your camera on, that might be seen as though you're not interested in the in the content, or that maybe you're just, you're not being willing to be seen. The ability to see your face and to see your intentions is very important in that environment. So there are different aspects to that, very much the same as when you're face to face at an international meeting. You have to be aware of those that are working with you, and look at it that way. Look at it as though you are working with these other countries to create a solution that will fit all countries. I think if you can get through that, and especially work through some of the interesting time changes you have to be aware of to create a time zone that works for everyone from Asia to Europe, then you're on the right path. Keep making different efforts and be flexible. That's the word of the day, I think, flexibility.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess I'll mention that, most of our work is actually in international standards. I would say about 85% of all the organizations' work that we participate in is international, and mostly in ISO and IEC. And I mentioned this earlier, but cultural competencies is becoming more and more important as we work with delegates from different parts of the world. I mean, I personally, myself participate in the largest committee of ICT, ISO IEC JTC1, which has more than 150 experts participating in the plenary meetings from all over the world. And what I have seen is that I think having that global mindset perspective, being able to understand each other, being able to look at different topics from different perspective is definitely much more important. We are spending more time trying to get support for our positions or trying to educate countries on our positions now than we had to before, because most of the time for international plenary meetings, we would arrive a day or two before, have lunches or maybe dinners and use those coffee breaks efficiently. But now, we have to reach out virtually to them, schedule meetings and explain our positionings and really get their support which is a little bit time consuming, in that sense. Of course, and going back to the fundamentals, they still need to be ensured how to get consensus. They still need to be disciplined and be cooperative and be communicating with their head of delegations when they're participating in those plenary meetings.
Right. An interesting factor of virtual meetings that, at least in my opinion, has sort of taken place with regard to the coffee break has been the chat session. So you can see quite a lot of information in chat, and you can have one-on-one chats to try to get opinions from those in the room, whereas if you were sitting right next to me, you might have that same conversation. So it's interesting how we're learning to replace the coffee chat as well.
And if I can add to that, the hybrid component, while a lot of us are pulling back, another aspect of the inclusivity of having the hybrid component is that we do have a lot of folks who English is their second language who participate. And sometimes it is very intimidating to stand up in the middle of a room and speak. So having that hybrid component with the chat is a way that they can actually contribute in a written form. They can think about what they're writing and put that into the chat, and it can be taken up as a question from a written component. So there are other inclusivity aspects of having that hybrid component beyond just allowing people to participate all over the world. And so again, it comes back to having a strategy about how you want to use hybrid sessions, very in a critical lane. There may be times where you don't. My committee D2 on petroleum has made the decision they are not going to have hybrid components for our upcoming meeting in June. My meetings in April, where I met with the plastics industry, they were about 3/4 hybrid and 1/4 not hybrid. And to answer your question about what are SDOs doing with this, and I think we don't know, but what ASTM's decision has kind of been, at least for the moment, is what does your committee need? And what will help your committee accomplish your standardization goals the most rapidly and the most efficiently? Some committees have said, you know what, we've spent 2 years fully virtual, we're not coming back. We're not gonna have face-to-face meetings, we're going fully virtual. Others, like D2, have said, we tried the hybrid, we tried the fully virtual, and our first fully virtual D2 closing main, which is the final meeting, the culminary, the plenary, if you will, had almost 450 people on the call. And how do you navigate that? How do you navigate getting in the chats and making sure that you manage the chats? It's a huge endeavor and an undertaking, but it can be done. And I think that's what we proved, is that it can be done. So,
Karen, there's some.
Yes, we have a couple of questions.
Okay.
The first one is from Genevieve Lynn. When a given industry is going through a busy season, how frequently do you hold meetings? Is there enough time between the meetings for committee members to review language or proposals in a draft? Is 2 weeks enough? Too often? Not often enough? And are there best practices to keep momentum going while providing enough time or opportunities for members to review drafts, to review documents in a meaningful way?
was that directed at a specific?
I think it's primarily SDOs, but maybe Ali would have from the company perspective, reviewing, but it's sort of.
Well, I can probably give an answer from the JTC1 perspective. Okay. And, we have recently, we have a standing document within JTC1 that governs how all of this, we have 3 modes of meeting now within SD4, which includes face-to-face, virtual, and hybrid. And we recently revised that document to do just that, which is what the question asks is, what is that right time frame for agenda items for the contributions, to review those? And I think there was a consensus on 8 weeks for hybrid, and this goes across the board, like same for the other two modes of meeting as well. It was same for the 8 weeks is what I'm telling you for the contribution. For the agenda item, it was 12 weeks.
Right. That's interesting because I think it can also depend on whether it's international or whether you're building North American-based standards. So I think like within some of the working groups that are building standards at CTA, they may meet weekly, and they may use tools like Google Docs, but it could be, a different type of online editing software, or they may just submit contributions with changes, and the committee manager might make all of the changes, which, can take some time. But the fact is, it still happens. It's probably happened more in this virtual environment. You do have the ability to set up meetings once a week if you need it, once every 2 weeks. So I don't know. I don't believe that there's a set standard for, how you get that done. I think it depends on the group that you're working with, how often they want to meet, and, how excited they are to get something done. Or if you're simply maintaining or making minor revisions to a standard, they may not see it as such an urgent need to meet so frequently. But there are definitely a lot of different sets of best practices for how to have, face-to-face meetings, how to have virtual meetings, hybrid meetings, which we're all sort of in that space now. And I at least from the trends that I'm seeing with other SDOs and other events that I've attended, that seems to be the way of the future. So I think hybrid meetings are here to stay.
And we have another question from Maddie Dominesi. How are your organizations or companies recruiting new industry professionals? And how are you continuing to increase participation?
So recruitment is a big topic in every SDO or trade association or any organization that's trying to bring in volunteers. Our organization has a couple of different initiatives, and they dovetail in with a couple of other initiatives from other organizations, like the UNSC, IEC, Young Standards Professional. We also have an Emerging Professionals program at ASTM. And I know that there are a number of organizations that have different ways of kind of tapping into that. And we specifically called ours Emerging Professionals because we are not just targeting those people who are right out of college. We do have people who transition in jobs and suddenly they become a standards professional. They haven't done it ever in their career, and suddenly they're in a job where they're expected to understand the standards environment. And so that's why, they are emerging standards professionals. So we're very specific about that language. And I think that's part of the understanding that the role of standards professionals can happen at any point in time, and it can evolve. How much you're involved, how much you're not involved. So I think we as SDOs need to broaden our definition of who we want at the table. And we also need to figure out how to better become involved and leverage the process at the member organization level, because I don't get to choose who comes to my committee meetings. You heard Ali mention earlier, when someone is leaving HP, they select their successor. That's a very interesting dynamic for us as a standards development organization. It also is something that I would encourage you, if you are a member company, think about that standards professional succession plan. Have a plan like HP. I mean, honestly, HP is not the norm. Having this wonderful program that they have, I wish that every company out there, the ExxonMobils, the Chevrons of the world, had a program like HP, because what this does is it puts HP at the forefront of being the developer of the standards that are important for their industry. They are not reactive, they're proactive. And that's the difference between a true standards professional organization that's participating and one that is simply coming to standards meetings. And I think when we're talking about recruitment, SDOs can do a better job of talking to companies and saying, what is your professional strategy for your standards development? Because if you're not the one at the table developing the standard, your competitor is. And you will need to conform to what your competitor has decided that standard should say versus being part of the process. And so recruitment starts at the member companies, but we are part of the conversation in helping you create a standards professional recruitment policy or a strategy.
Right.
I would just add to that, from the company level perspective, we are actually adding strategic standardization as one of the skill sets for our technologists. There you go. Our technologists have to actually complete a promotion plan when they decide to move from technologist to distinguished technologist. And one of the skill set that we look for is the strategic standardization now, actually. And this just happened a few months ago. So participating in standards development organization and actually contributing could serve them as a benefit for their promotion.
Yeah.
Right. But Holly, thanks for that. Yeah, I think an interesting aspect of how we handle some of the recruiting within CTA, given that we are a trade association and an SDO, we work together with our membership department. So we may have large members, think about Sony or Samsung that have, offices all over the world. And so we may not have the exact right person that we want, but if we can leverage our relationships with our membership department, we might be able to find that right person. So I think looking at how you might, use your own networks within your organization to find the right people is very helpful. And then, we all have the traditional outreach and trying to get to the right people. It's not always easy, but I think that when you're recruiting, it likely someone knows someone. Trying to use those 6 degrees of separation to get to the right person. If you can do it successfully, it's something you can do. It's worked for us, at least at CTA.
The one last thing I'll add to this is that we as SDOs and as member companies of SDOs, I would encourage you to think beyond just the simple succession planning, right? One of the critical aspects that we need to make sure is that standards are for everyone, right? That the standard is applicable to different body types, to different aspects of how people utilize those standards. So when you have a standardization professional selection strategy, think beyond, just like you're thinking about DE&I for your employee and hiring and retention strategies, you should have a DE&I component to how you create succession planning for your standards professional. Because there is a lot of criticism for the standards community that we are older and white. And so what do the standards show? They show older and white applicable technology. If we don't have a better standardization professional selection strategy at the member company level, you can't change that. So it's kind of a chicken and egg scenario, but I think between SDOs and the members who work with SDOs, we can at least acknowledge that that is a problem and come up with ways to address that.
Yeah.
Here, Allison. Great point.
Yeah, I think we have time. I'm going to insert one more quick question. We have a few minutes, at least my watch says we have a few minutes. And I was going to ask about both traditional and emerging technologies, but I'm just going to focus on emerging technology. Are there unique challenges associated with recruiting standards stakeholders and professionals in committees on emerging technologies, such as artificial intelligence, which we heard about? There are others, but I'll just use that as an example. Any thoughts on that?
I think for emerging technologies, we definitely look for experts that have that strategic mindset, that can think long term, because most of the time, the emerging standardization actually comes from the already established standards. We have seen this, we have experienced this in additive manufacturing when we were developing standards for additive manufacturing in ASTM. Many of the we had a concept of what needs to be standardized, but we didn't know how to standardize this, right? So most of the folks took the strategy of looking at something in the traditional manufacturing as to how it has been standardized in traditional manufacturing, and then took that approach to move forward with the additive manufacturing, for example. And other thing that's essential for emerging technology is cooperation and collaboration. And I think we heard that earlier as well with respect to partnerships. I think with emerging technologies, it's even more important that you are collaborating and coordinating your standardization activities with other STOs.
Right, I agree. Sometimes you might have a project that you're starting in an emerging tech area, and it may not be the thing that works. One of my favorite stories, and I've mentioned it at World Standards Week before, but we were starting to see a lot of interest around wearables.
Yeah.
And then we started to see, interestingly enough, different health aspects such as like EEG, and there were a decent number of companies in this emerging area that had a vision of wearables that you would wear on your head like halos, and no one is wearing them, right? So that's okay. We still learned from that. We were able to figure out some file formats, and that work was okay. So I think it's okay if you fail. In emerging tech areas, sometimes it's not always going to be the next iPod, which is no longer around.
Right. That's a good point. Good point.
We at ASTM, we have a process of when people in the industry want to develop a committee to develop specific standards, they can come to us, present the idea, present the rationale. And we've had a lot of things, as Veronica was saying, that have failed. We had declarable substances and materials, which was responding to the REACH-ROS regulations out of Europe. We thought this was going to be a great space to be in, right? Because this is a very difficult topic. It didn't survive. It created a couple of guides, but the interest was in other areas, other SDOs. And I think that's the other thing for SDOs is we have to realize that that's okay. Sometimes it's okay that another organization is doing it and doing it better than you are. And let them do that. You focus in. We've had a lot of success in the additive manufacturing space by partnering with ISO. It was a very unique, and nobody was sure how it was going to work. When we said, okay, we're going to develop joint standards with ISO, ASTM ISO standards. About 10 years on now, we're seeing this successful. The industry needs it, they want it. They want the rapid development that ASTM has to offer, and they want the market blanket that ASTM ISO collaboration gives them. Our cannabis work is another emerging technology that actually really took off. But what's interesting about those kinds of emerging technologies is you run into that onboarding question that we talked about earlier. We have a ton of cannabis professionals who are part of our committee. They have no idea how to run a meeting, how to write a scope, like nothing. And so it's as a standards, manager, you're sitting down and you're like, okay, we're all going to be okay. Yeah. The nice thing is, though, everybody wants to join those interlaboratory study.
Yes.
So
health and safety is important in the cannabis field. Well, anyway, please join me in thanking the panel. I had a great time.
thank you, Veronica.
Thanks, Veronica.
Hey, thank you. It's evident we are in unsettling times, and we're in transition. And actually, I think the consensus is we're not sure where we're going to land. And it may be very different for everyone as to where we land and how we build a workforce, finding, as Yvonne said, finding the right people who have the right skills at the right time, building an economy of work ecosystem for all, and developing those pathways to strategize for a more coherent system that facilitates and builds partnerships. We heard that. And the key word of the day, I think, it probably was, if we counted, flexibility. That's the key ding-dong word for the day. And we heard the trends from Korn Ferry that they think all of us are going to have to look at if we're going to have an effective workforce in any of our organizations. And so I don't know about you, but I'm overwhelmed with the information and the quality of the information today. It was extremely helpful. And I do see future conferences from some of the subjects that we heard today, because if we don't start building those relationships, as we've heard from every panel, then we're going to build silos that don't mean anything to the total system. Thank you for hanging in there today. Thank you for participating. And hopefully we'll see you next year. Yeah. Bye.